Okay, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Statutory Planning meeting of Wednesday, the 18th of June, 2025. Welcome to all of those in person today and also joining us online. The meeting will be recorded and is being live streamed via the Commission's website or YouTube, and committee members may refer to technical devices throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information. In opening the meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past and present. Apologies and leave of absence. Today we do have 3 members on a leave of absence. They are Commissioner Brooks, Member Franklin and Member Moore, but attending in person today are other members. Moving on to disclosure of interests in relation to item 3.2, the Standard Structure Plan Amendment 9 to the Vines Outline Development Plan. Commissioner Adair has declared a perceived impartiality interest in that Commissioner Adair advised that there may be a perception that as a former employee of Statutory, he would have an impartiality interest in this item because Statutory announced in early 2025 that it would be involved in a development at the Vines. However, she had left Statutory in November 2023 before this development was contemplated. Members, I'm happy to accept that as a perceived impartiality interest unless there is any comment or dissent. Thank you all. On the same item, Member Harmon has declared an indirect pecuniary interest in that Member Harmon has advised that Statutory Property Group, his employer, was involved in the development of the reserve estate, part of the broader Vines development. And on this item, Member Harmon, I understand that you're not seeking to participate, that you will leave the meeting. Thank you. I have information in relation to item 4.2, Shire of Pheasant Grove Local Planning Scheme number 4, amendment number 3. This is a perceived impartiality interest in that I know Josh Troppelberg, who is making a deputation regarding this item today. I know Josh on a personal and professional basis from my time on council at the City of Vincent. Members, are there any other declarations of interest? Actually, I will also add, whilst it's not really a conflict, that I also know Charlie Zanino as a member of the Swan Valley Statutory Planning Committee, and Charlie is here to make a deputation in relation to item 3.2 in his capacity as a councillor. I'll move on to disclosures of representation. And I do have one. This is in relation to item 3.1, the Standard Structure Plan at the Vines. The disclosure of representation is that I have met with the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association and their planning consultant, and separately with the proponents and consultants for this item, together with DPLH officers cases in the course of my normal activities as chairperson of the WAPC, and I have not been provided with any additional information that has not been made available to the committee. Members, are there any other disclosures of representation?
Put one forward, Chair, that I had a contact from Hatch yesterday with regards to this. Didn't participate in any discussion other than what's already available to the committee and didn't enter into any real discussion on the item.
Thank you very much, Member Adair, and just noting that you provided that in writing, so much appreciated. Thank you. Anything further, members? Okay, thank you. Declaration of due consideration. All members please indicate that they've read and received the read and considered the agenda before them. Thank you very much. And so now, also noting at 1.5.1, there has been a significant amount of additional information for members provided. So just pointing that out to you, and I believe that's been printed as well and is in front of you there. So we'll now move on to deputations and presentations. And Sam, if you could just structure of the meeting as well for today, that would be. Thank you.
Certainly. So I will firstly welcome everyone that's present this morning in order to make a deputation either in person or via Zoom this morning. To deliver your deputation this morning, you will be invited to join the table if you're joining us in person, voted to a panellist via Zoom to deliver your deputation. You have been advised of your allocated time, which will be managed by a timer which will appear on the screen and count down that allocated time. If you do have a PowerPoint presentation this morning, this will be displayed on the screen throughout your deputation, and you're requested to advise us as you wish to advance the slides. So this morning, in terms of the order of the agenda, we will firstly be dealing with the verbal deputations on items 3.1 and 3.2 on the agenda, and then the committee will move immediately to the deliberation of those items. And members of the public, you're all welcome to stay throughout the deliberation of those items this morning following your deputation. Following the deliberation on those, the deputations on the remainder of the items on the agenda this morning, and we're anticipating that will not occur before 11:30 a.m. So if you are online or he was present this morning for any items beyond 3.1 and 3.2, then you are welcome to depart and come back around 11:30 a.m. in terms of managing the timing. And then following those deputations on the agenda, of which I believe there's approximately 6 of them, the committee will move to the deliberation of the remaining items on the agenda. So so that's the outline of this morning's meeting. So we will now firstly move to the deputations on items 3.1 on the agenda. The Part 11B development, the proposed residential development for social housing at lots 13 and 14, Beaufort Street, Inglewood. And the first deputation this morning is from Maria Rosich. And Maria, I believe, is the person this morning. So if you'd like to join us at the table, Maria. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
And over to you when you're ready.
Okay. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns regarding the proposed development at 969971 Beaufort Street in Inglewood. This proposal has already faced strong opposition, with just over 70% of respondents in the recent community consultation expressing their disapproval. Objections stem from the development shortcomings, as well as the site's intended use as a 100% social housing complex, an unrealistic and historically ineffective model that has caused significant social stress and a loss of social cohesion, as well as an increased strain on local law and order in a recently tenanted 100% social housing complex with less than half the occupancy and less than 350 metres away from the development. To approve the development, given that almost 3/4 of participants in the community consultation objected, would undermine the democratic process and the principle of equity. It is for this reason, in part, that I strongly object to the proposal. In addition, the proposed development has already undergone multiple revisions, yet it still fails to meet basic council requirements. This highlights a concerning lack of transparency, as well as an unreasonable approach to what should be a carefully considered and compliant development. The design of the development is visually jarring and out of step with the character of the suburb. Instead of complementing the existing features of Inglewood, it threatens to exacerbate the issues in the area. In effect, the developer is asking the community to accept significant shortcomings, such as inadequate parking, no commercial tenancies on the ground floor, extremely small units, a building height that exceeds existing building heights in the area, and a blatant disregard for heritage guidelines. To the developer and to this panel, this may be just another development opportunity, but to the Inglewood community, this is our home. My question is, where is the developer's compromise to the community in exchange for the sudden influx of, at the very least, 100 residents to the area and the impost of such a development? What real usable amenities will they provide to the community? Amenities that reflect the needs and wants of local residents. Things such as extra parking, or open green spaces or playgrounds outside of the confines of the complex, or what the community really wants and needs, which is mixed tenure, an effective housing model addressing contemporary needs that has superseded the outdated 100% social housing model. A balanced 70-30 split of social, affordable and private housing to address a variety of current housing needs, which would allow for a more successful integration of tenants into the existing community, which would help local small businesses thrive and in turn promote social cohesion for a sustainable and vibrant community. Anything less would be irresponsible and recipe for disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Before you go, I'll just see whether the members have any questions for you. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next deputation on the same item this morning is from Stacey Kobach, and Stacey is joining us via Zoom.
Hi there.
Morning, Stacey. We can hear you, but do you have video capabilities so that we may see you on our screen to assist?
Oh, yes.
participation. Go.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
Thank you and welcome to the committee. Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Stacey. I live 350 metres from the proposed development with my husband and 2 young children. I grew up in Morley and owning my own home in Inglewood is a dream come true. When looking to purchase my home, I was of course drawn further down Beaufort Street towards the city where there is more amenity and vibrancy. Alas, these were out of reach and I purchased my home knowing that there was a strategic vision in place for Beaufort Street and eventually, given the proper planning controls in place, the key site in question today would be developed to extend all that is wonderful about Beaufort Street to closer to my home. Until now, when each of you are being asked by the applicant to exercise extraordinary discretion in approving ground floor residences as part of this application, something I'm strongly opposed to. We're not talking about discretion, we're talking about extraordinary discretion. And the reason I stress this point is because nothing I've read in today's agenda assures me that you understand the gravity of this extraordinary discretion. In reading the documentation, I must say I'm genuinely shocked at the level of consideration that's been given to so many elements, the residents' privacy, the size of their balcony, communal living space, the list goes on, while seemingly overlooking the enormous conflict that the ground floor residents pose with the planning instruments. I do not accept this. Now, I understand that this very reason that the 11B pathway exists is to allow you all to abandon this under the guise of the greater good being social housing for vulnerable community members. As it stands, the development will offer 50 apartments. If it was to actually comply with planning policies, it would offer 43. If we just look at Beaufort Street frontage, we're looking at 46 apartments. Is this not a good compromise? Is this not orderly and proper planning that achieves a good balance for all involved? Am I missing something? Why are we eroding the amenity of Beaufort Street for decades to come for the sake of 4 social housing apartments when the state government has delivered 3,000 social homes since 2021? The urgent need for social housing now is not a burden for the community of Inglewood to bear for the next 10, 20 or 50 years. Why are we being asked to clean up a mess we didn't make? I remind you in 2018 that there was a rundown Bunnings warehouse where we now enjoy a thriving hub of activity just 800 metres from this site. I'm imploring you not to take a short-sighted view for the sake of 4 apartments. The applicant states the unlikely ground floor commercial uses of a social housing development. A couple of questions come to mind. Why are these unfeasible? Every suggestion made by our community that social housing is undesirable, reasons that commercial use may be unfeasible, have been dismissed or flat out rejected by the applicant. If commercial use is unfeasible, why has the applicant proposed this development for a site that calls for commercial use on the ground floor? And if the applicant doesn't expect businesses to want to operate in close proximity to this development, why does it expect the people who live in this community to embrace it with open arms? This is where we start to realise that this isn't exemplary social housing. Exemplary social housing would be integrated into the community just like any other development would be, with commercial use on the ground floor. The applicant and this committee seem happy to ignore the realities of social housing to dismiss the community, but then lean on their own preconceived notions of social housing when it suits. I find this utterly unacceptable. I am asking you...
Stacey, just to let you know, you have gone over time, so if you could just make your concluding statement, please.
Sure. The people of Inglewood have waited years for this site to be developed, and as it stands with ground floor residential, this application is not consistent with orderly and properly planning and amenity considerations. Approving it would be a disservice to the community you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. It's Emma Cole, the chair here. Thank you for your deputation. I will just see whether members have any questions for you. There are no questions, but thank you very much, Stacey. We appreciate your deputation today.
Thank you very much.
The next deputation, also on item 3.1 on the agenda, is from Melissa Molinari. Melissa. Good morning.
I'm here today to give my formal deputation on the proposed development. While the need of additional social and affordable housing in Western Australia is urgent and undeniable, this development in its current form raises several serious concerns that warrant further scrutiny before approval is granted. It is both alarming and disappointing that this project, proposed during a time of an unprecedented housing crisis in Western Australia, makes no provision for affordable housing units within its design. The current housing shortage affects a wide demographic including key workers, families and individuals on moderate incomes who do not qualify for social housing but are increasingly priced out of a rental market. Given the public expectations that allowed large-scale housing developments, especially public or government-supported ones, should contribute to a mixed tenure of a 70-30 ratio, it is unclear why this opportunity has not been seized to include affordable housing options. The lack of mixed housing undermines our social inclusion goals. The repeated changes to the planning proposal 4 times to date suggest an ongoing lack of vision or poor planning rather than a commitment to meeting community housing needs. Furthermore, the provision of only 1 lift to service an entire complex raises safety, accessibility and operational concerns. In the event of a maintenance issue or emergency, residents, including those with mobility issues, could face severe hardship. For a 50-unit complex, this is entirely inadequate and fails to meet contemporary accessibility standards. The site in question is located on a busy and dangerous roadside adjacent to a hotel, TAB and bottle shop. This poses immediate risks to residents' safety and well-being, particularly to children and individuals dealing with addiction, trauma and mental health issues. Placing high-density, vulnerable populations in such an environment without adequate safety measures is unacceptable. Moreover, the area lacks a permanent police station, with further compounds concerns around community safety and emergency response. It is questionable planning to place socially vulnerable populations in a location with known environmental and social risks without the adequate support infrastructure. In light of the above, I urge the Planning Commission and relevant planning bodies to reconsider this proposal in its current form. While the intent to increase social housing stock is commendable, it must be matched with thoughtful design, appropriate location and commitment to community wellbeing and long-term sustainability. At a time where our state faces a housing emergency, we need housing solutions that are inclusive, safe and forward-thinking, not short-sighted developments that entrench disadvantage and overlook essential planning considerations. My request would be a review into why affordable housing options were not included, a revision of design standards to include better space provisions and more than 1 lift, and a full risk assessment of the site's location to its proximity to alcohol-related businesses and the absence of police presence.
Thank you for your deputation. Members, are there any questions of Melissa today? Thank you very much.
Deputation also on item 3.1 is from Dean Williams, Sean Wheatland and Ronnie Howe from the City of Stirling.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity to attend at today's meeting regarding the proposed development. I'm Dean Williams, Acting Service Lead Planning, and I have with me Sean Wheatland, Acting Coordinator Planning Approvals, Ronnie Howe, Senior Planning Officer Heritage. Next slide, please. As per the City's formal response to the DPLH dated 7 April 2025 and written deputation dated 16 June 2025, the City does not support the recommendation for the approval of the proposed development. Despite the significance of the matters raised by the City, which encompass the City's relevant planning framework and service areas, the City was not provided with a complete revised submission for further review, nor was the City asked for comment regarding the conditions setting, despite 15 of the 29 conditions proposed requiring involvement from the City with significant and ongoing implications for its services. Due to limited timeframe to review the revised submission, the City's deputation primarily focused on the outstanding matters which have not been addressed. The city has also provided recommended modification to the proposed condition setting. However, this should not be considered as an exhaustive review or support from the city. Slide, please. Scheme Amendment 76 to LPS 3 introduced a requirement through clause 6.64 that development approval was required for the demolition of any building within the city's heritage protection area, independently of a development application for the redevelopment of a site. This requirement of LPS 3 ensures that the consideration of an application for the demolition of a building is not prejudiced by potential redevelopment of the site. The city has been consistent with this approach to this matter, requiring separate development applications for demolition and works component consistent with previous legal advice. Contrary to clause 6.64 of LPS 3, the proposal includes both the demolition of the existing building and redevelopment of the site prejudicing the demolition component. The proposed recommendation does not follow due process. Furthermore, the proposed separation of the demolition and redevelopment components with separate approvals raises concerns regarding the validity of any potential approvals. If demolition and redevelopment are to be considered independently under separate approval, consistent with the DPLH's recommendation, the proposed demolition of the existing building may not be eligible for consideration under the Planning and Development Significant Development Regulations 2024, which requires a value threshold of 20 million or more. The demolition of the existing building would not satisfy these requirements, and therefore delegation for approval of demolition component would reside with the city. Consistent with the DPLH's recommendation, any approval for the redevelopment of the site could not be issued until such time as the demolition has been determined. The city initially raised this matter to the DPLH as part of the initial pre-lodgement process, but a separate demolition application was to be submitted to the city. The city has continually raised this matter as a concern, as noted in its formal referral response. This specific matter has not been addressed by the DPLH in the agenda item. Next slide, please. The city has concerns regarding the appropriateness of the residential uses on the ground floor, given the acoustic implications of abutting Beaufort Street to private open space and communal open space areas. Additionally, the impacts of Beaufort Street facade, which is to be an active space, are impacted by the requirements of SPP 5.4 to incorporate acoustic treatments, which have not been determined following the outcomes of the final acoustic report. In relation to waste, the city advised the applicant DPLH of potential waste servicing arrangement subject to the review of a revised waste management plan. This has not been, a revised waste management plan and transport impact assessment to address servicing and safety concerns. This documentation has not been provided for the city's review, nor has it been addressed in the agenda item. As such, the city is unable to determine whether the arrangement is functional. In relation to parking and access, the development poses a significant shortfall, which is not consistent with approvals issued by the city and Metro in DAP. The proposed parking is inadequate and seeks to monopolise the on-street parking in the vicinity, which will exacerbate existing issues in the locality for existing residents and businesses, which is not supported. The location of the...
So, you know, I can see you've got 2 slides to go and you're really pushing the time there. We do
That
have...
was 3 minutes, I think.
Oh, we had 5 minutes as per.
Have 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies. Keep going. Ignore the flashing orange there.
Sorry, I'll stop.
The location of the only visitor base behind the car park gate is not appropriate given the significant shortfall being sought, and as this can easily be designed and relocated to allow access and mitigate safety issues. Next slide, please. Whilst the development is not supported, should the SPC be of mind to support the proposal, as described by the DPLH, the city has separately recommended modifications to the proposed condition setting, consistent with the matters discussed today and as per the city's formal response. However, in considering the deputations, particularly from the applicant, the city has significant concerns regarding the validity of any approvals and condition setting, given the significant conflicting views between the applicant and DPLH regarding the specific land use being proposed and approved. Subsequently, the extent of modifications to the proposed condition setting being sought by the applicant is substantial and has significant implications for the development and the city, which have not been appropriately considered. Throughout the agenda item, the DPLH has referenced development of social housing for over 55s or age-independent persons' dwellings, including condition setting and responses to submissions. Given the significance of this issue and the subsequent implications, the city requests and recommends further information is sought to allow SPC to make a decision. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the city does not support the proposed recommendation as separate development applications have not been submitted for the demolition and works components of the proposed development, prejudicing the demolition component, which is inconsistent with previous legal advice and due process. Concerns regarding the validity of any potential approvals and the relevant delegations regarding the issuing of separate approvals for the demolition and redevelopment components as proposed by the DPLH. Outstanding matters regarding land use, waste servicing and car parking are unresolved. Conflicting and unresolved issues regarding land use and condition setting. In light of the above, the City considers there is insufficient information to provide that informed decision making. Any approval would be contrary to all of the proper planning. Thank you. And we're here to any questions.
Thanks very much, Dean. Sean and Ronnie, joining you today. Members, are there any questions of the City of Stirling? Go ahead.
Thank you. I noted your reference in terms of restrictive covenant. Can you please explain the basis on which be seeking that and what you would be wanting to control via that, and whether that is applied in other applications within the city?
The restrictive covenant was applied through council resolution, and it was at the city's recommendation. I guess from the instance, it was so to put a notification which would alert potential buyers of the restriction, and the restrictive covenant would be more, I guess, burdening from the answer to mitigate any potential repurpose of the site, given, I guess, the information that's been provided about its specific use throughout the application process to alleviate community concerns.
I may go through that. Further to that, I mean, and again, we're obviously not debating at this point, but I am very much aware that the ground level has been designed to enable transition. Would such a restrictive covenant not prevent that ultimate ability to transition those ground floor uses when that would be seen to be viable?
A separate application could be lodged in a restrictive covenant, can be taken off and then reapplied if need be. So no, it wouldn't.
Okay, and sorry, finally, sorry, just going back to the point in terms of whether that has been, is that applied consistently in other locations, or is that being specifically guided by this particular process?
Basis on this development, I suppose, has been, as the city understands, the demographic being sought for living in it, and the parking and other matters that have been used to justify issues such as car parking shortfall and other issues. So from that end, it's considered appropriate. The city hasn't entertained something of this magnitude or car parking shortfall that would see a need to do such.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually the restricted covenant question, just a follow on. So just not clear, the covenant you would be asking for would be what? In terms of land lease, is it to the age?
That's correct.
Of 55?
That's correct. Yeah, consistent with the age independence, and I guess it's noting the social housing provider, but the issues from the city were raised in regards to age independent person refer to the definition of the residential design codes, which covers a person over 55, or I think it's the spouse of someone surviving.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your deputation today, Ms. Sterling.
Deputation item 3.1 is from Paris Fitzpatrick and when you're ready.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Good morning, everyone. I'm Paris Fitzpatrick. Today, here with the support of Wendy, a representative of Housing for the Aged Action Group, I represent the signatories of the petition to uphold the City of Stirling's recommendation for age-restricted social housing. Next slide. We respectfully urge that the approval be contingent on an age-restrictive covenant limiting occupancy to residents aged 55 and over, a Section 70A notification, and accessibility standards that support ageing in place. The developer's current objection to age restrictions contradicts both their contractual obligations with the Department of Housing and the government's publicly stated intent for this project as earmarked for seniors. Upholding that promise is a matter of planning integrity and public trust. Next slide. The concerns we've already heard have stemmed from places like 9th Avenue in England, which prove why clarity is vital in this. And while we acknowledge that an age restriction alone can't eliminate all risk, the covenant provides reassurance and presents a more stable outcome, ensuring the site won't be quietly repurposed in the future. Next slide. WA's housing strategies targets 40% silver standard social housing by 2030. And the Disability Royal Commission recommended adopting the gold standard where possible. This development is the right place to lead by example and should adopt the gold standard. Next, Victoria Park's award-winning model, Housing Plus Hub, combines community housing with purpose-driven spaces to reduce isolation, support healthy aging, and connect and strengthen community connections. Wendy, a member of the hub, has confirmed that Connect Victoria Park have been following this development closely and have expressed interest in activating that ground floor, offering a proven solution that benefits residents and the wider neighbourhood. Next slide. Finally, I thank the other residents today who have spoken on some of the important issues that were raised by many of the signatories, such as mixed tenure, noise concerns, and the effects social housing has had on our community, or the safety and health of our community, demonstrating our community's support for progressive and inclusive housing solutions. This development is a rare chance to deliver something exemplary. By supporting the covenant and the accessibility standards, the committee can ensure this project reflects its promises and delivers a future we all want for older Western Australians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paris and Wendy. Thanks for joining us today. Members, are there any questions? Let's go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I just was, and again, as a familiar with the proposal that you're talking about, but when you talked about the activation of the ground floor, can you just expand upon that in terms of what you would be proposing on that ground floor component?
Correct me if I'm wrong. They are interested in mirroring the same model in this building.
Okay.
Would connect with the community as well.
Thank you. And sorry, through the chair. So you'd be looking at setting up, like, well, and again, speculating here, but setting up another community housing provider in which that would take place, or because I mean, Vic Park is fairly significantly based in Vic Park, but is that the model that you're suggesting?
I can't speak to their commitment to that, but I can say that they have indeed expressed emphatic interest in that ground floor.
Thank you. Sorry, and finally, would you, I'm mindful, because given that particular proposition and given the discussion that's occurring around the restrictive covenant, for instance, so would that not then be, because the development in Vic Park, for instance, does not have such a restrictive covenant, which is what enables the flexibility in terms of that ground floor use. Have you considered what implications, like unforeseen consequences, that such a restriction might have?
I can't speak much to the planning application in terms of that. However, this would address the government's stated intent of this being earmarked for seniors and deliver a compromise or address the issue that the developer has raised about not allowing that bottom floor to be commercial, because they said they only want to run commercial in a social housing building. So even before the restrictive covenant is in place, the government already said that will be more seniors. I think this provides a good, and maybe there's an addendum to the covenant that says that the bottom floor is for commercial.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paris, and thank you, Wendy. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Wanted last thing, just to double check. The current number of signatories for the petition is 1,276.
Paris.
The next deputation also on item 3.1 is from the Department of Communities and Welcoming Illicit Trades, Billy Aldi and Pat and Pusey, all via Zoom. Morning, Beth and Lisette, I can see that you've raised your hand and you declined being promoted to panelist. And here maybe you can accept that request in order to deliver your deputation this morning. Has declined being promoted to panelist again. Beth and Paxton, if you can hear me, could you both please turn your on? May converse about your deputation this morning. Good morning, Beth. Can I confirm who would be delivering the deputation this morning from the Department of Communities?
It's meant to be Lisette, if she can. I'm not sure why the decline is occurring. She's having trouble getting into the meeting.
Allow her to talk in another fashion.
I think she's just going to quickly try and rejoin us.
Okay. Thank you. But if you are experiencing difficulties, I can call you and deliver your deputation over the phone this morning. I know that it's not ideal.
I think we've got Lisette on now.
I'm receiving a declined notification from her again. Reach out to her on the phone.
Okay, sure.
Hi, Lisette. I can, yeah, I'll put you on speaker now. Thank you. Lisette is experiencing technical difficulties, so we do have her on the phone on speakerphone here this morning. So your audio might be a little bit limited, but we'll do our best. So over to you when you're ready, Lisette.
Apologies, Commission. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners and Officers of the Department. I'm Lisette Trade, Strategic Planner for the Department of Communities. And I'm, of course, joined on screen by Beth and Paxton, who are from our Business Development team, who work tirelessly with our private and community housing sector partners to increase the supply of social and affordable housing. Firstly, I just wanted to clarify community's role in this project. As has been committed and announced on the 31st of January this year, the Cook Government is committed to delivering this project for social housing and has been earmarked for seniors allocation. Communities has also entered into an off-the-plan contract of sale for all 50 of these apartments. And as with a off-the-plan contract of sale, no funds will be transferred for this development until it's reached practical completion. What that means is that the proponent bears the responsibility of obtaining all statutory approvals, financing the project and delivering construction. So whilst the communities does support the officer's recommendation for approval, conditions 6, 8 and 9 do present a significant risk to the project in its current form. So to briefly touch on project financing risk, as the proponent will no doubt clarify in their subsequent deputation, restricting occupation of the development as set out in conditions 6, 8 and 9 is likely to result in the project not being able to be financed by traditional lenders. As it stands, it's a significant risk that the project would not be able to proceed. Secondly, with respect to community housing restriction, The Housing Authority, of course, operates within the Department of Communities, providing a wide range of housing services to West Australian, and that service is well beyond social housing. So whilst the intent remains to allocate all 50 apartments to seniors, and it has been designed as such, Condition 6, 8 and 9 would unreasonably restrict future government decisions for these assets that may wish to contemplate other housing opportunities under our Act, including affordable sales, whereby assets could be contemplated for a shared equity home ownership scheme via Key Start, providing pathways out of social housing and into home ownership. Communities is of the opinion that planning discretion sought as part of the application is not dependent on the restricted occupation of the development, and can speak further to that if required. So in conclusion, we do believe conditions 6, 8 and 9 should be further considered. They will impact the ability to deliver this project and house vulnerable West Australians. They may also restrict future decisions of government, and they could create an accident for future private sector housing partners. So we are now available to take further questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Lisette. I'll go to Commissioner Lakey and then to Member Harmon.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Lisette. Just a couple of clarifications there. So you mentioned that the Department of Communities have entered into contractor sales for all apartments. But you indicated that these conditions could cause issues with the funding for the project for the developer. And I just want to understand that if you've entered into contractor sales for all units, how did that affect the funding? I just want a bit of clarity on that.
Do you want me to speak to this Paxton a bit? Jump in and correct otherwise.
I could jump in.
Yeah.
Essentially, we have the funding for the project, but it is dependent on practical completion of the development. So there's no pre-funding. The funding being sought to deliver the actual development is the responsibility of the proponent via a lender.
Oliver? Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks. But the comment was that if those conditions are on, even though you've got contracts with the developer that a funder, the developer would find it difficult to get a funder. And, you know, if you've got a unconditional contracts, I'm not quite sure why that would affect funder.
The proponent could probably speak to this further, but it's the restrictions added to, you know, if there's a restriction on the use, so aged, or particularly when it comes to social housing, the banks don't see that as necessarily a safe future investment.
I think I'll ask the developer that question.
Member Harmon?
Thanks, through the chair. The question, so you've raised conditions 6, 8 and 9 as issues potentially relating to funding the project. 6 and 8, we'll query it with the developer possibly, but condition 9, what's the issue? I mean, that condition 9 relates to the easement in that sort of public plaza on the corner. What's the connection of that to funding of the project?
Which I was trying to refer to a restricted covenant relating to age. I may have referenced the wrong condition.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yes, Commissioner Heron?
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'm being mindful that communities being the individual end operator of the facility, and therefore in relation to the operations, I'm mindful around set restriction, and particularly as it would relate to the age. My understanding is that there would be circumstances whereby the type of facility that is contained within a facility that's designed for over 55s, i.e. wider door, etc., may be needed by other users. So whether it be someone who's under 55 but has movement issues or things like that. Could I just clarify, because again, there is the funding arrangement which we can discuss with the developer. I'm mindful as to the potential implications in the appropriate operation of the facility by restricting it to over 55s, and whether there is any explanation or
further elaboration that can be provided as to what potential problems that might present?
Do you want me to speak to that, Beth? I guess the age component is of a lesser concern to us because we are committed to allocating it for that purpose. I guess it potentially comes, if it becomes an issue with lending and securing to proceed with the development, it would be an area of concern, but we are committed to that at this point in time. It could potentially, as I might have mentioned, are other means which in the future, if the government did want to contemplate an affordable sale to a tenant, we'd have to come back and revisit these kind of constraints. So it's not flexible for government to make those housing decisions under its Act on that basis. And of course, if it was linked to a planning discretion that's being applied to it, we can understand, but if it's not contingent to discretion being granted, we would certainly encourage careful consideration of that.
Thank you. Through the chair, if further to that, so I just wanted to be clear that as it stands, there would be nothing to prevent future strataing and sale of parts of the development as it currently stands, unless there are conditions or restrictive covenants imposed. Is that correct?
So was that a question
Yeah,
for us?
sorry, that was for you, yes.
Yeah. So I believe the wording in condition 6 talks about social housing, which is subsidised rental, as opposed to affordable sales, which wouldn't meet our definition of social housing. So it would limit those housing opportunities under the Act.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
The chair, thank you, Lizette. Just on that condition. So am I right in saying that you have a lesser concern about the condition identifying aged persons' dwellings, but you'd like more flexibility? At the moment, in that condition, talks about social housing and does not refer to affordable housing. For it to be used as affordable housing in the future and to go into then you're more concerned of that restricting it to social housing rather than having the flexibility of affordable housing. Is that correct, or am I reading that right?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes and no. Yes, it becomes more workable for us as the Housing Authority. But I think it still remains a significant barrier to finance, which would mean that it couldn't proceed, being any conditions relating to social, community, affordable housing. The proponent will speak to that.
Lisette, it's Emma Cole here. I just had a couple of questions. In terms of the livable housing silver design standards, my understanding is that communities requires that standard. Can you just confirm or rebut that? And also, we do have an amendment request from the applicant to change the reference to the National Construction Code 2022 at the same standard. So just your comments on that.
Yeah, so Department of Communities currently has a commitment to deliver its social housing construction wherever practicable, because sometimes there are site constraints that prohibit flash entry to dwellings, but we do deliver our social housing program at silver level. That's a Livable Housing Australia. Now, livable housing design is the equivalent standard under the National Construction Code. It hasn't been adopted by Western Australia at this point in time, but it is pretty much the same outcome. There's a lot more rigor around it. It is something that communities may be contemplating as Livable Housing Australia Silver Standard is going to be decommissioned and ultimately replaced by that Livable Housing Design under the NCC in due course. But at the moment, we're designing our projects to silver level, whether they're seniors or not.
That's it. And the other thing I just welcome your comments on is the use of the ground floor for residential in the social housing context and why that is important to communities.
Beth, did you want to speak to this one?
Sure. I think part of it is just being able to manage the complex in its entirety, where there's a non-ground floor use that is required to have some kind of public interface. It's a little bit more challenging overall for operation. That's the main considerations there, is being able to enable a efficient social housing development.
So Beth, you're saying there's a conflict there if commercial external use for managing the social housing development? Is that the rationale?
It's definitely not our preference. And the Department of Communities really isn't in the business of owning non-residential assets. That's not our core business. So we look to maximise the efficiencies and alignment to our strategy and strategic direction core business.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Beth, and thank you, Lisette. Lisette, also just that because you mentioned K-Start, I do just have to clarify as a K-Start board member conflict in this item, but it appears to me that what you're saying is that the contract of sale is with Department of Communities only, and your reference to K-Start is something that may be a potential option into the future, but not part of this contract as it stands.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further questions for Lisette or the Department of Communities team? Thank you very much. Appreciate you attending.
Thank you.
The next deputation on item 3.1 is from Sam Clopper, Ben Doyle, Luke Berry and Robert.
I'm going first, Jeff. Morning. I'd like to acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people who are the custodians of the land that we meet on today, but more importantly, the land that we propose, this new community. And I acknowledge the committee today and thank them for the opportunity to present. We respond to social housing as critical social infrastructure rather than purely housing program. So we consider the existing and future uses of the building, its design program, and the need of the community as they change over time with a solution that is efficient, practical, flexible, and adaptable with materials and plans that are easy to maintain and manage. Building forms are repeated without being repetitive, with the insertion of contextually appropriate materials. Massing and scale responds to the existing and future context. So these homes are dignified, robust, simple, and provide opportunities for connection and opportunities for privacy. I want to note the journey that this project has been on. We initially engaged with local City of Stirling's planners and went through a City of Stirling design review, both of which were received positively and was constructive. We transitioned from the city to the state when the ambitions of the city's new planning scheme were as yet unrealised, and an approval that met these objectives could only come through the state, testament to the importance of this pathway. The amended and city responsive plans were then presented and amended 3 additional times through further state design to be the proposal we consider today. Considerations and responses were readily accommodated as any design can be improved through review. Design review is a critical way for leaders of design to improve and facilitate expedient and thoughtful passage through a planning process. And I want to acknowledge that process as the outcome today has been both improved and supported. Deep soil areas and landscaping have been significantly improved and increased to exceed requirements and are located both in private and public realm. Amenity spaces have increased in both number and size to allow a range of open spaces to be used collectively and privately. The ground plane was challenged and improved to create a framework for an active pedestrian streetscape, should one develop it. The ground plane is now one of the key strengths of this proposal. Movement patterns and security were considered and significantly allow safe, varied, and redundant patterns through the building to facilitate additional safety. Critically, the design exceeds the standard to which all apartments have been constructed in WA by 2.7 stars. The building achieves a NAFES rating of 8. 10 stars if no air conditioning. This building achieves 8.7. Minimising both the impact on the environment and the cost to own and run. This shows that public social infrastructure is both cost effective and environmentally responsible. The benefits of design-focused, market-led submissions is bringing market knowledge and experience to a well-defined and well-developed brief provided by the Department of Communities. It is a building designed by the market to be used by the state for the people of Western Australia. With this experience comes additional requirements in bringing market knowledge in. With this experience comes additional requirements that are not part of a traditional public works. Sorry about that. And these considerations and the interface of proposed conditions with the funding model are a key part of the deputation today. Finally, I would like to emphasise that I have never experienced the need for social housing. The social housing provided to my mother, raised by her grandmother, escaping her stepfather, created for me this luxury. Presenting to you today is evidence of the importance of this critical piece of social infrastructure in creating the opportunities for change.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Thank you. I'll go next. Look, just want to make one thing absolutely clear. The intention is this development will provide social housing needs. Minister for Planning, as we've heard, did announce this project in January of this year. But we're very pleased that this is recommended for approval, and I'd like to thank the department's officers for their diligent assessment, and we hope we will also get the committee's support today. Next slide. Sorry, please. Up to mine. Thank you. Oh. Oh, yeah. Keep going. One. Thank you. This site's been vacant except for the TAB for nearly a decade. The TAB shut years ago. This area is not a main street in any material sense. This is not a strong commercial site. Next slide. It's generally accepted that we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and particularly that there's an acute shortage of social housing. What there's not a shortage of is empty commercial tenancies. We've got lots of them. They're everywhere. We believe this site would really struggle to attract commercial tenants, but also commercial property management, as we've heard, is not a core function of the Department of Communities, which is the end user of this site. Sam and his team have designed an active residential interface that can be converted for future commercial use if that becomes viable in the future. And that, importantly, is one of the criteria that allows for ground floor residential under draft planning scheme number 1. The City of Stirling is going to explicitly contemplate that the new scheme as acceptable. Next slide. We applied through this pathway because approval of residential use at ground floor requires extraordinary discretion. But in recommending the use of that discretion, we consider there's been some overreach in the condition setting. Our comments in relation to all the conditions are in attachment 2.7, and I won't reiterate those now, but we're happy to answer any questions. Most importantly, we're concerned with the resolutions part A and B and conditions 6 and 8. Together, they change the approved land use to social housing and aged persons' dwellings. Now, we're advised by the proponent that these would present a potentially fatal threat to the development, and Lucas will tell you more about that. It's to do with funding. Now, firstly, in a planning sense, there's no defined use as a land use of social housing. It's not a land use that can be conditioned on approval. Secondly, the application that we submitted is for multiple dwellings, not aged persons' dwellings, which is a separate and distinct defined land use under the scheme. Now, it's not open to a decision maker to approve a different land use to that which was applied for. In the course of the assessment, issues of antisocial behaviour were raised in relation to another complex in Inglewood, and we've heard about that today. To provide some comfort to the community around social impacts, the DOC confirmed it's their intention to house seniors within this development, and that remains the intention. But that being said, there's no planning basis to restrict the occupants in perpetuity to only aged persons. Special standards for aged and dependent persons' dwellings exist only in the R Codes Volume 1 and only in areas coded R25 and below. There's no special provisions in the planning framework for aged and dependent persons' dwellings. This development is subject to exactly the same criteria for assessment as all multiple dwelling developments are. There's no planning basis to impose conditions restricting who can live there or how they pay rent. These are matters for housing policy for the state government. Our other key concern relates to condition 9, which seeks to require an easement to create a public park at the intersection of Wood and Beaufort Streets. With the applicant's intention to create a public park, and there's no nexus between this development and the need for a public park on this site. There are 2 other parks. This is not a particularly ideal location for a public park. The expectation was that for time some people may sit there, and we ignore that reality. Condition 9 is not reasonable, and a public park, as we've heard, would be conscious of time. I will hand over to Lucas now. Thank you for listening, and we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. My name's Lucas Berry. I'm the Managing Director of Spinnaker Developments. We've been working closely with the Department of Communities for over 16 months now to deliver housing on our land. It's been a long journey from a approvals point of view. We started off with the City of Stirling in April last year with a DRP meeting there. We then progressed to have 3 further DRP meetings through the SDAU process. At each term, we've taken on board comments and made subsequent changes to the plan set. And we now find ourselves at this juncture. Construction costs have been a real challenge that we've been dealing with on an ongoing basis, but we are now confident that we feel like we can start works on site in the coming months, subject to the relevant approvals being forthcoming. And I would also like to confirm that we've been progressing this development purely on the basis that it has been pre-sold to the state government for social housing. It has never been our intent for this to be sold to the open market. So in terms of closing off that side of things, this site has always been fully intended for social housing. With respect to proposed condition 6, that's particularly problematic for us because there's essentially no reasonable way to determine a market valuation if essentially an exclusive use for social housing, because the only buyer ultimately will comprise some form of state government ownership. So practically speaking, a market valuation is required by a bank to provide construction finance. So if there's no reasonable way to determine an effective market value, then construction finance will not be forthcoming. Just further to condition 8 also with respect to the specific over 55s use too. Given the cost to build a development of this nature, we would need a market value to be in excess of the cost to actually build this. So with the further use of over 55s, given that this development was not designed with the appropriate amenity for an over 55s market on the open market, its market valuation is likely to be significantly less than the cost to actually build this. So I guess they're the key reasons why condition 6 and 8 are particularly challenging for us. So to conclude,
I've gone quite a bit over, but I did let you run there because I think that would be a question that would be asked of you in any regard. What's the last point that you wanted to make?
no, it's just to confirm that we are confident that should we get the appropriate approvals, that we can have these homes finished by the end of next year. Obviously, these are not your run-of-the-mill social housing homes. We've got Clopper and Davis who have put forward a very high standard of home here. So we are looking forward to having them finished and adding to the aged person housing stock, which is so desperately needed in WA.
Thank you for your deputation today. I'll now open it up to questions. Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you to the chair. Just a couple of questions. One for Lucas. Thank you for your comments. Financially, the construction, just going back to what Lizette said from the Department of Communities, that they've entered into contracts of sale for all that your intent is for social housing and owned all by the government, so you've got a full takeout. I just want to inquire further about how the condition will affect financing.
Yes, no, thank you for the question. We've spoken a lot with our debt advisor, who's been in discussion with all the major banks. Essentially, they require a market valuation. So even though, yes, it has been purchased by the state government, if for some reason the bank had to step in and then to actually own this asset, there are still a number of potential outs through the state government. So it's not an absolute certainty that the state will be settling. So the advice from our debt advisor is that no construction finance will be forthcoming if there's not a reasonable market valuation which is attached to that. So with the explicit use, that market valuation can't reasonably be determined.
Follow up on that for me. Thank you. So there are the contracts, and obviously it's commercial. I expect to tell me everything, but so there are conditions on the takeout with Department of Community, more than just delivering the asset.
Not necessarily. It's more so that the structure needs to be built to a certain spec, and on that basis, therefore, there is still a very small chance that the state may not settle on this asset. But it's more so to the point that in speaking with the major banks, they always require a market valuation to be done, because should they need to step in, there needs to be a market there for them to sell that asset to. So if the state government wasn't there, essentially the bank could be in a very tough position. So it's quite a standard thing on a national level that the banks do require a proper market valuation for social housing.
In this case, you've got contracts with the Department of Communities, which are presumably based on social housing.
Correct. Now we have ran through that at length with our debt. We're certainly not looking to create a specific issue here. This is just so we can get this thing moving. It will always be for social housing. That's the only way that this thing makes financial sense. It's just simply ticking the box for the bank. Essentially, yeah, that's the need for a market valuation.
Up as well, Chair. And you talked about, and we will ask the CAU confirmation later on, or elaborate on that under the Planning Act. We can the condition, the proposed condition of aged care and social housing is not a use. And you've all talked about that. It's always been for social housing, and Sam, you talked about that as well, and the intent and everything. Is the only reason you're saying to actually reduce condition 6 to stop is because of the financing? Is that the only reason?
That's correct. Well, sorry, there's the financing, but also, as was raised by the department in their deputation, restriction to social housing could potentially reduce flexibility for future government decisions. For example, offering a rent to purchase would not be consistent with social housing restriction on the so it would constrain the ability to offer a range of other options to future residents that may not fit within that subsidised housing definition for social housing.
Including the commercial, which is part of the, want to be able to convert to commercial, and will have a covenant that's become.
Members, Commissioner Adair.
Thank you. Ben, perhaps, can you speak a bit to the parking? Because there's a lot of discretion being sought on the parking. This application, maybe you as well, Sam, because you're saying, and I see that the application is saying that it's put in for multiple things. It wasn't actually put in for social or aged, and yet the discretion that's being kind of applied in the way it's put to us is that given the tenants that we're looking to accommodate, then you would consider such a discretion to be appropriate. Can you untie that knot?
Certainly, yes. There's a certain leap of faith that's being asked, and I understand that. And in that way, going to the SDAU and telling them that it's going to be social housing and then not doing it and getting all the benefits of that would be a neat trick. It'd be a trick I'd pull once because everyone would see you coming the next time. So that's not the intent. In terms of the parking, we have been encouraged to reduce the parking even further, in fact, but we've been encouraged from the very initial SDR review to provide less and less parking. We initially had more. And the rationale, or a large bit of the rationale around that, was because it is intended to be social housing, and that typically requires a much lesser amount of parking. Figures of 0.2 to 0.5 were what we were advised by the SDRP.
So we have reduced it partly in response to that, but also noting that this area is, although it's not a main street, as I said, and construction of new commercial development is questionable, it's actually pretty well served by amenities within the distance. You've got Coles and a pharmacy across the road. You've got a pub. There's a laundromat. There's a deli. There's many opportunities for people to live in this area without a car. So for residents, the shortfall is justified largely on that basis. In terms of visitor, there is a bit of a miscalculation here I picked up this morning, which is that there's a 2 bays for on-street accredited, but with the removal of the crossover and noting the City of Stirling's comments, it looks like we could get another 2 bays on Beaufort Street. So that equates to 4 bays, which means there's no visitor parking shortfall. And further, there has been, while this goes on, obviously design development continues. And I understand there's an opportunity for 2 additional motorcycle or scooter bays within the site for residents as well. So that removes that shortfall. So we're down there.
Question, I don't need it. Can I just ask her some?
Yes, of course.
On it. So where this leads to, and I think we're all trying to grapple with this. There's no, if we were to approve this with no ties to anything other than multiple dwellings, and you're saying that then frees up the Department of Communities to perhaps in the future on sell, rent to purchase, etc. This discretion in parking and the number of bays, like they then don't tie together. If it were to be sold on for affordable housing.
Look, yes, I take your point. I guess where we have to end up is, are we suggesting that we should provide fewer social housing dwellings in order to provide more car bays? I just don't think that's philosophically the direction we need to be going. I know this area well, Wood Street.
And you've
ample.
demonstrated your very good knowledge of the area, but I'm just conscious of the time.
me too. I
And
don't
we're
want to
going
drag it out.
need to have short and snappy from here on in. An hour
The
and
medium density
through the meeting.
moving towards zero parking bays. You can do an R60 development with 0 parking bays for 1 bedders and 2 bedders. So, and that's a more recent planning document that foreshadows a movement, I would have thought, in the planning controls to reduce parking. So I think
That's okay.
Thank you. We might move on from parking. Just a couple of quick ones from me on the I think there's a bit of an issue that you've raised in relation to the public access easement over the corner space. I wanted to on that, and also on the awning versus an arbor versus an anchor point. I take the point that you don't support the awning. It is recommended by SDAU that we consider an arbor. You have requested more of an anchor point solution on that. Just on those 2 issues.
Sure. Okay. Unfortunately, we only received the draft conditions after the agenda had largely been finalised. So we did have an opportunity to provide comment on those, but the officers, I'm sure, will be able to tell you that the time constraints were quite. And so that was the first we heard about an easement for public access to that corner. Our approach to the corner was that it is a communal space for residents where they can have an interface between the public and the private realm. It's a transition zone. And in the real world, people will sit there if they're waiting for the bus or meeting someone at the civic or whatever it is. But that be a public park, which does present management problems for the Department of Communities. If that became an area where people were, if they have a public access easement that gives them a right to be there whenever they wish, that becomes a management problem for the Department of Communities compared to this is private property to leave. So that's
that's clear. Would there be any intention to fence the corner? No. Okay, thank you. And on the awning?
The awning again was not raised at any point through the 3 line reviews and was only raised the final conditions. It is a change to the architecture, and Sam can talk about the practicality.
There are just some concerns about introducing built form changes as conditions, because considered them. There are cost implications, there are structural implications. It's not something that's been discussed or requested. So, and I think the drift towards introducing conditions that are built for is problematic because it means it's being considered. We had an issue with a driveway recently. And I think the transition from a residence to a commercial would be a logical point at which that would come in. And so, and that transition would be a new DA. It's not contemplated in this approval. So those sorts of things should be probably that process rather than.
Sam, but you, just to be clear, you are happy to consider and suggested the reinforcing and fixing points as an alternate. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Members, other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the deputation today. Thank you.
These people now, right. And 9 to the outline development number 37. The deputation on this item this morning is Robert Bradbury. Robert, over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Wakes up, I'm going to say. There are far more errors and omissions in the environmental report than can be covered in 3 minutes. Some examples. The agenda contains the DPLH report on the critically endangered Carnaby's cockatoos. To quote, no roost sites are recorded near the project area after 2019 Great Cocky Count. This is false. Pages 714 and 15 of the agenda clearly document that there are at least 16 roosts in the area as defined by the referral guidelines. One of these 16 roosts is on lot 1003 itself, a roost that recorded cockatoos being present in the 2019 survey and every year thereafter. This proof is provided by birdlife.org, the authors of the Great Cocky Count report, and by the person who undertook the 2019 survey. It is utterly unacceptable for the authors of the Council's Planning Authority report, and indeed the DPLH report, to be repeating falsehoods from the application after these statements have been proven to be untrue. Verifiable, factual information is being ignored by both planning authorities who have failed to provide this SPC with accurate and unbiased assessment. This land also provides crucial linking corridors between 2 Class A reserves, remnant bushland and waterways, maintaining the viability of what would otherwise risk becoming fragmented and unsustainable populations of native wildlife. Yet the DPLH report also echoes the applicant's claim that it is unlikely any significant fauna species other than cockatoos exist on the site. An independent survey has confirmed that this land forms a highly significant environment, 169 flora species and 104 fauna species recorded in the immediate area. This includes 3 threatened ecological communities and priority 4 fauna such as quenda, possums, multiple species of bird on lot 1003 itself. One of the reasons the environmental survey has so completely failed is it only surveys 9 hectares of the lot's 177 hectares. A survey that ignores 95% of the lot and 100% of the surrounding area cannot claim to come to a valid conclusion. The last 2 natural refuges of the critically endangered western swamp tortoise are nearby. One is closely connected to the stream that is intersected by the proposed new driving range. There is a recorded example of the swamp tortoise travelling between the 2 reserves. It is more than likely that the local waterways are accessed by what may well be the most critically endangered reptile in Australia. The report's recommendation in favour of this application has only been achieved by narrowing the environmental aspects considered to the point where it is no longer credible. I think possibly consider relying on a report that is demonstrably inaccurate to approve an application. This deposition is not an obstacle to be overcome. It's a reminder of the truth, supporting legislation explicitly passed, and the need to protect the community from exactly this kind of inappropriate development. To prove this would be an affront to the planning process. It would ignore the referral guidelines for threatened cockatoo species, and it would be an affront to our democracy. Please consider that this report is not fit for purpose for your decisions.
Thank you very much, Robert. I'm sure that when we come to it, the officers will assist us in dealing with some of these statements that you've made and the report, but I thank you for your deputation. Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much.
The next deputation also on item 3.2 is from Dixon Logue. Dixon, over to
Good
you.
morning.
Dixon.
Thank you for this opportunity. I just want to clarify something. We are working to the application as published and the report as published. I noticed that there is additional information available to this meeting. As the residents group, we have not considered that additional information. We don't consider it relevant to what we're discussing here. My deputation, if I may start. You already have 1,000 pages on the agenda, so I will shorten the written deputation before you and use this opportunity to highlight points. The community is 12,500 residents and supporters from other Swan Valley stakeholders. They expect a fair and balanced assessment of the Vines ODP Amendment 9. We object to this amendment and request that you reject the application. Furthermore, that you reject the assessment presented in the DPLH report, which is underwhelming. This matter is far bigger than your planning staff have presented. Your decision will save or sacrifice the Vine suburb. Supporting the amendment will not relieve the housing crisis. It supports greedy developers masquerading as golf enthusiasts. Previous ODP amendments, this is important, the 8 of them, increased housing without compromising the key asset of this area, which is an internationally recognized facility design. This plan does not share that design integrity. When I say this plan, that varied a bit, but I think you know what I mean. There are existing growth plans in the Ellenbrook and Northeast Corridor already, primarily known as the North Ellenbrook District Structure Plan. The land release is extremely well advanced. I think it's 7 years. I can't substantiate that. Refusing this proposal maintains flexibility to provide to the region's community sporting and open place demands. You have already heard from the community and know of rejections by council and the assessment panel. The community have repeatedly appealed for fair and balanced representation. Full due diligence. However, the representations before you are, number one, a weak application missing requirements of the 2015 deemed provisions and consequently inhibiting a full planning assessment. So the planners were disadvantaged. That application is inaccurate and with inadequate justification against the state planning framework. The City of Swan's report, which is number 3, has failed to provide a full and independent planning assessment of this application. And there are numerous planning gaps. These representations, now you have a shallow DPLH report repeating much of the above, quite outstanding, and denying the broader long-term implications. These representations are asking you to support an obviously bad planning outcome. New layout compromises the resort facility forever. There's no future proofing to maintain the tourism and recreational objectives. A design that ignores golf best practice while claiming that it is the intent. Removing essential practice areas and features that define basic and competitive standards. The over 55s village is remote from shops and public transport with better options in the area. There's no protection for the future use of lot 1003, that is the open space. There's no staging of the plans. The community are asked to weigh the outcome merely for foreign investors to continue to capitalise on land sales. There's no regard for local community, no seeking of common ground with Gulf members, and most importantly, no long-term benefits. There's no state planning document that explicitly promotes or supports the proposed ODP amendment. Rather, state planning emphasises the importance of providing recreational facilities as part of community development. We therefore contend that this SPC is not provided with key information and are at risk of being misled into approving this amendment without being informed of the consequences. We urge the SPC to fulfil the public expectation of a professional broad-based planning opinion and to reject this amendment or defer it pending a full assessment. To this end, an alternative recommendation is added in our submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dixon. Members, are there any questions of Dixon? Thank you. Appreciate your deputation today and for your engagement throughout this process.
Deputation also on item with Charlie Zanino. Charlie, over
Good morning and thank you. I just want to make a remark before I start. Trying to keep a deputation to 3 minutes is quite demanding, and it's virtually impossible to convey a lot of information in 3 minutes. So I've cut this right back, but I would have liked a lot more time. But anyway, given the time, thank you very much.
Charlie?
Yep. Okay, I'm Charlie Zanino, City of Swan councillor for 30 years and during the development of the Vines Golf Resort and locality. I believe this amendment number 9 is contrary to good planning and the outlined development plan's initial intent. The Vines development was about building a world-class golf course and resort to create a rate golfing experience and tourism destination in the Swan Valley and the City of Swan. The state government invested $20 million of taxpayers' money to the development, which incidentally included a residential component. And assurances were made at the time to retain the golf course in perpetuity so that ratepayers felt confident their homes and the community's future were protected. Since inception, the Vines ODP has had 8 scheme amendments. The applicant refers to Perth and Peel at 3.5 million, which does not, and I stress does not, identify the Vines as a site for residential infill. Within 10 years, population growth is projected to see 100,000 more residents living within 15 minutes of the Vines locality. These include Clementine, which is 1,650 new lots, and it's right next door. North Ellenbrook, which covers over 500 hectares, and Bullsbrook. There is no shortage, and once again, I stress there is no shortage of new residential lots in the area. The city has adequate supply of greenfields land identified for the next 30 years. What we do need is, because there is a shortage of recreational facilities to cater for this growth. The proposed relocation of the driving range seriously impacts and alters the golf course, which is the main component of this development, depleting recreational and open space, which needs to be preserved. Financial gain should not be the driving force. If the owner's proposal is not supported, they can sell, thereby opening up opportunities for the resort and golf course, as residential development was not the key driver for the original ODP. I note that by refusing this amendment, the proposed new driving range can still be built on the site of the existing driving range, and that is what should happen. Golf participation is increasing at a rate of 9 or 10% annually, so it's more important than ever to retain these facilities and other such facilities. Common sense needs to prevail, and I respectfully encourage this committee to protect this unique asset. Preserving the locality's sense of place is paramount. Our community's message is clear. The application should be refused as it goes against good planning principles and public interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Members, are there any questions of Charlie? Thank you, Charlie. You did well in your 3 minutes, and just to assure you that we have had a lot of background information provided over.
The next deputation, also item 3.2, is Justin. And Justin will be joining us via Zoom. Morning, Justin.
Good morning. So my name is Justin Perslow, and I'm speaking on behalf of the golfing community at the Vines Golf Resort and Country Club to express significant opposition to the proposed redevelopment, focusing on 3 key issues. Firstly, let's address Hatch Day's proposal for the ODP amendment. The developer claims that this plan will secure the future of golf, but let's be clear, this statement is misleading at best. What this proposal truly prioritises is housing, with golf merely as an afterthought. Next slide, please. The proposed redesign undermines the future of golf at the Vines with a significant negative impact on the golfing facilities. Poorly placed features like the driving range, with what appears to be 28 bays, small practice areas, and traffic flow issues with the redesign of the course, pose significant safety concerns and diminish the course's character. Contrast this to Wembley Golf Course, which has commissioned 2 renowned golfing architects to improve its facilities without reducing the golfing footprint. So whilst the WAPC may consider the use of the land as private, it is important to understand that a poorly designed facility will not only detract from the intended ODP amendment purpose, but it will irreversibly reduce the course's capacity and configuration. Next slide, please. Since learning of this new vision, there has been a lack of consultation, and the treatment of members has been dismissive and harmful. Concerns have been silenced, members suspended, and discussions blocked. For instance, the members voiced their concerns on a private Facebook page. Management then issued a letter condemning the discussion as inappropriate. The chair and owner's representative stated, "Unfortunately, this Facebook page has provided a forum for comments which were considered inappropriate, blurring the lines of rational discussion and information. Many of the comments are about the redevelopment itself, reflecting negatively on the Vines." Speaking frankly, I myself am genuinely concerned about doing this deputation, as it may lead to a suspension on my behalf. Next slide, please. The Facebook page is just one example of a clear disregard for the future of golf and the disregard of planning input of key stakeholders. The plan has already caused harm. Full membership has declined by over 20%, and the club's reputation has plummeted. For a course that was once ranked second nationally to not even now making the top 100, whilst other private courses in Perth thrive with big waiting lists, yet the Vines struggles because of poor course management and ill-conceived plans like this one. Next slide, please. So residential growth in the region demands enhanced recreational facilities, not their reduction in size. The WAPC Northeast Sub-Regional Planning Framework makes it very clear in their report. Further densification in the Vines area is not supported. With significant future development in the surrounding areas, there is simply no need to reduce the capacity. Next slide, please. This amendment prioritises the short-term profits for housing over long-term benefits of a thriving golf facility. The design shows no consistency in the planning undertaken by other golfing facilities such as Wembley, Marangaroo and Fremantle, and the Vines is continually ignored considering more feasible design options because of their preoccupation with real estate value. Next slide. It sacrifices a vital Swan Valley community and recreational asset for narrow, short-sighted games. So in conclusion, I urge this committee to reject the proposed amendment as it negatively impacts on the community that invested in the Vines and the adverse impact it will have on golfing opportunities in the city of Swan. Let's preserve the integrity of the resort, respect its members, and maintain its standing as a valued asset for tourism in the region, community, and sport. Maybe a viable solution is new ownership.
Thank you very much, Justin. Ownership is beyond planning powers, but I appreciate your deputation today. Are there any questions of Justin? No, thank you very much, Justin. We appreciate you joining us today.
Next deputation on item 3.2 is by Anna Murphy and Kristen Watt.
Committee members, staff.
Morning, Will.
Thanks for the time. I'll take this submission as read and try and just make highlights and some key points for consideration. The landowners were the ones who went out with the original vision in 2021 to seek feedback from members and residents. It was the basis for working out steps to structure the Vines, so it's there for the next 30 years. As a result, there was a number of technical studies done over a number of years by the team, environment, traffic, bushfire noise, which you've got a report on. All the development areas proposed are located on grassed areas of the existing course. We are not looking to have any environmental impacts, and in fact, we're looking to limit them, which is why there was so much design time spent. As a result of the comments received, the landowner family instructed part of the original vision that the Allenbrook 9 is to remote golf. You can go to the next back slide. Thank you. As you can see on the lower slide, as a result of that decision, the green areas shown on that plan are all the golf areas. So all the golf is remaining at the Vines. When it changes, one of the areas is going from a traditional 8 holes to a short course of 14 holes. All that green area is remaining as golf. What's coming in is over 55s housing, single story only on the old driving range site, proposed medium density site near the resort. May I ask why? Next slide, please. On again. Thank you. As has been mentioned, a number of golf courses are in the same position as the Vines. There needs to be an offering of golf which expands its offering to a wider demographic, youth, families, all golfers. What needs to happen is that the traditional golf needs to be provided, alternatives need to be provided. 2-story all-weather driving ranges with tracking facilities are very popular, and also the putt-putt courses has been provided at Wembley. Why have you done this? There needs to be a revenue source for all these golf courses going forward for the next 30 years. Members course, which has just been upgraded, is a good example of the irrigation system required upgrading, which was paid for by the landowners at a cost of $11 million just for upgrades of irrigation. It's not a planning consideration, but any business needs to ensure that it has a viable future going forward for the next 30 years. So importantly, golf does remain at the Vines, which is at the core of everyone's wish for the slide, please. Proposed amendment. The purpose of this slide is to show that the strategic framework, which is always very broad in planning, but it does recognise this urban development at the Vines, and it does allow for consideration of the amendment. Importantly, the special use zone 3 under the city's own scheme has a driving range, golf and single uses as permitted uses. Next slide, please. The 3-year studies have really brought to bear the fact that 12 government agencies, an independent environment consultant, the City of Swan and the DPH planning teams concur with the technical work that has been done. Next slide, please. I'll finish quickly. The driving range, we spent some time trying to find a location for the driving range that allows it with maximum distance to any residence and to ensure that it exists in location both from a visual but also operating view. As you can see on the slide, over 100 metres and joining residences are large quarter-acre 4,000 square metre blocks. Flick through the next couple of slides quickly. Notwithstanding that, the driving range facility is not an unattractive building. Next slide, please.
We would ordinarily give applicants longer times than 3 minutes to respond to deputations before you, so I will provide you additional time, but I'm sure there will also be questions.
I'll wrap it up.
Back to some of these.
Thank you. As you can see, the old driving range is a dished location. As you can see, what's been done is we've left the existing trees that form the perimeter of the site, which they can be enhanced. The single-storey housing will sit below the level of the landform residence on Burgundy Lane. Next slide, please. What's envisaged is setting up an over 55 streetscape and single-storey development as a pleasant walking environment with tree perimeter and public open space which is provided. Importantly enough, that driving range at the moment is not publicly accessible, but it's a practice fairway with a sign that says no admittance past this point. We're looking to open up that area with public open space and the public roads. Next slide, please. The one area in the officer's report talks about the area south of lot 407, which is an existing density site. What we're saying is we have no objection to the R40 designation coming in as per the officer's report, all the maximum dwellings at 21. The purpose of this slide is to say it's a very expansive view area of which, with existing trees and landform in there, there's an opportunity to place some dwellings in the area in the south of lot 407. You can put all the dwellings on lot 407, but from a design point of view, it does make for a better outcome to have a few of the locations that curbs the views. Notwithstanding the views are over a private landholding, you can still retain a fairly expansive view corridors through that area. Our request is that this be given consideration by the committee. Finally, really just to reinforce the point, approval of Amendment 9 is about offering a broader golfing mix and housing for the Vines. The golfing offering needs to provide for additional people to take up golf in many forms. The housing mix is not really meaningful. It's very modest in number. It is really there to provide for over 55s and medium density housing for existing residents. Immediately adjacent to the resort has all the facilities. Thank you for your time.
Very much. Appreciate the deputation. Wanted to give you the opportunity to walk through the various elements of the ODP requested modifications. Members, are there other questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Herron.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear that so the in terms of the existing driving range area, the assertion is that obviously that would not be able to accommodate the facility that is currently being proposed because of proximity to residence. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, it could physically fit in there, but the 20-metre high fence and the lighting on top would be within 10 to 20 metres of existing residents. The location we looked for was to provide a maximum separation between that facility, not try and squeeze it into the existing site.
And further, the area adjoining the actual resort building, there is obviously the proposals there, which you obviously had up on your slide. There was the two components. There's an area that is already identified for development, as well as the expansion area. The area identified for development, I'm quite clear on. You were talking about a modified version of the southern portion. Has there been, are you suggesting that there have been concepts developed or that there is something which could show how view impacts and amenities could be ameliorated, or is that subject to further planning and design?
It's subject to further design at the DA stage, but it's a very expansive area. I don't know if anyone had a chance to get out there and have a look at the site. It's a very wide view of the existing golf course, which is remaining, but there are existing trees and plantings in place. So there's an opportunity to put some dwellings in proximity to the existing vegetation, which doesn't then block the view corridors either side. Or they have to be subject to further work at the DA. And look, we'd be happy for that modifications in that respect.
to specify the R40 maximum code, specify the maximum 21 dwellings, but give us the ability to look at a provision of observers and view corridors when the DA is considered for that area of land.
Sorry, through the chair, the final component that I was just wanting to understand is in relation to the design for the what is currently the driving range area. There's obviously been a concept which will obviously need to be developed. So just to be clear that the areas identified on there would be classified as public open space, so that would be publicly accessible. And I'm assuming that there would be levels of upgrade and tree retention and things like that as part of that process.
Correct. It's going to be public open space. The lots will be freehold over 55s, and the open space would be subject to additional tree planting for several hundred trees requested by the feedback we've got from people looking to downsize it is that they prefer freehold ownership and the strata setup. The benefit of that is the public open space can be public open space, and roads can be public for people to want to progress further. So we can look into it.
Okay.
Commissioner Adair?
Thank you, Chair. One of the previous deputies statement about the environmental report and that we shouldn't rely on it because it's inaccurate. Would you like to comment on that?
I won't, but I've mentioned Danny Murphy's here on landowners, and Kristen Watts is here as our environmental consultant. I think it's a much better place to answer that.
Thank you very much. So we prepared the environmental report based on expert advice in relation to vegetation and flora. We had a vegetation and flora survey done to confirm that there was no vegetation and conservation significance in the development footprint. We also had a fauna habitat survey done, including a specific black cockatoo habitat survey. That information that confirmed that there was no conservation significant fauna that relied on this site for its habitat, that black cockatoo, and that none of the there was a variety of potential breeding trees, and that's defined as a tree with a certain width of 50 centimetres diameter at breast height. But inspecting those trees, they didn't have hollows that would be suitable for black cockatoos to breed inside the trees. And foraging, some of those tree species do provide some foraging habitat, but the extent, based on the low extent vegetation across the area that's proposed for development, that was limited as well. So the conclusions out from the technical reports were that there was no identified significant impact to black cockatoos, to fauna, or to any conservation signification. That has then been provided to Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, as well as EPA services, who review the report. And in addition, we understand that the City of Swan also commissioned an independent technical review of the report. All of the conclusions from those 3 additional reviews came back the same as our report was, that there's no significant environmental features on the site that require additional attention over and above what is proposed. So we worked hard with the design team early on to identify the location of the potential habitat trees across those development areas and to maximise their retention. I think we've come up with a plan that at most 6 of those trees will need to be removed to progress the development, and then those trees can be, the additional plantings excuse me, across the site would then allow for additional habitat to be provided in the future.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, Chair. One of the previous presentations, not sure who was to me, but in terms of the golfer who was concerned about the golfing outcome, comments on that.
Certainly, I speak on behalf of the owners here. The Heineken course, as it was known, has been re-established as the members course, and as Tim mentioned, an amount of $11 million has been invested in upgrading the irrigation to that course. Our view, the members' view, would be that that's been well accepted. The owner's view would be that's been well accepted by the members because of the the irrigation upgrades. It'll take a couple of years for that course to be reach its full potential, but the members and the owners are happy with that outcome. The golfing experience needs to be expanded, as Tim went into, and we believe the 14-hole short course will be well accepted by the golfing community who haven't got 6 hours to spare on a weekend to go and play 18 holes. And the two-story golf range, I mean, they've been established at now Wembley and Hammersley, and you're struggling to get in there. So the whole golfing experience at the Vines will be modernised if the application is approved.
Members, perhaps I could just ask a couple of questions. I know that the tree canopy has been a concern for some of the residents. It has certainly been raised with me in relation to the driving range. I have heard from you that there is no intention to lose any trees, but there may be just trimming of the canopy to provide the fencing that's proposed. So I just thought it would be useful to hear that from you in this meeting.
If we go back to the presentation, I can actually show you an image of the Wembley one. It is effectively very simple. It's some large posts with a netting provided in between at either 7 metres high or 20 metres high. There will be some trimming of the trees to get the netting and poles in place. But what the shot, if we can get on screen, doesn't matter if we can't, that over time, at Wembley, all those trees have grown that net for that net. It doesn't prohibit the growth of vegetation. And they're not taking any trees out, but it will definitely be trimming of trees to get the straight line. That's the image. If you go back, I go back one. You can see it there, but you can the vegetation comes back, trimmed, and the vegetation that isn't touched will grow. It is a single point from 2 points for the fencing to travel through.
Thank you, Tim. And just having been on the site on Sunday, one of the things that did strike me was whether there had been consideration for the owners about the impact on the vista from the actual restaurant and hotel in terms of the two-story structure.
And go back, maybe. I go forward, sorry. That's it. The shot on the left is the shot from the practice current putting area, and that shows the current alignment of where the driving range will go up with vegetation inside. Either side of that is golf. So it's a fairly expansive view. The facility itself sits within that gap that's physically in the photos there. So the view will change, but the view is not removed. And a view from a golf course area to see a golf course driving range is not unexpected.
I take the point that it is an expansive view, and I did observe that. I was just interested in your thoughts on that. We have also heard today from our Deputy Charlie Zanino that assurances were maintain the golf course in perpetuity. I just wondered how with the current driving range, whether first of all, what you think about that statement. Secondly, the driving range itself being somewhat distinct from the golf course. And if you were to, proceed with the two-story, would that become surplus? What other, in terms of the use of that land? I did observe that there are houses that do overlook the driving range. Some of them, there is the sort of road separation with Burgundy Lane for two sides and quite a lot of canopy on the west in particular. But just thought it'd be useful to hear your comments in relation to that particular portion of land in relation to the broader golf course area, and whether that then becomes surplus in terms of the proposal for the two-story structure.
Danny might want to comment further, but I'll just start off the fact that landowners have made the decision, and then we have been advised that golf is remaining at the Vines and the Ellenbrook 9 is remaining, and that's a quote in a statement from the landowners. In terms of the driving range, we think, as we've said before, if you're going to put in a new two-story driving range with lighting, the existing driving range is not the location for it. So we believe that the proposed location is definitely a location. What that does to the existing driving range, it then becomes surplus land. We then took on board feedback in terms of what is a use for a surplus portion of land at the Burgundy. fashion the individual facility. Over 55s was determined as an offering in terms of broadening that housing option for residents of the Vines and the proximity to the resilient facilities. Also based on feedback was this provision that it will only be single story in terms of from the residents to the west on the fact that the single story housing can sit down relative to that level, notwithstanding existing trees there and trees. The owners are very good owners in terms of trying to find a way to ensure that residents are kept happy about their environment, but at the same time ensuring that there is sufficient options for them to continue to operate the entire golf course for the next 30 years. And that's the basis of the proposal.
Thanks, Tim.
With respect to councillor Zanino's comments about undertakings, the Nishiaki family of Vines WA purchased the golf course around 2002. So they're the second owners. The first owners were another Japanese family operator of Samwa. I was managing director of Samwa in the 90s. I'm not aware of any undertakings around keeping the golf course in its current state. And it was, to me, it was always expected that the course would grow in line with market requirements. Certainly in my two roles, I'm not aware of any undertakings.
Thank you, Danny. All right, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much for the deputation today. So that does conclude our verbal deputations. And we, just to note, members, that in relation to 3.1, we have also received the 8 written deputations, all residents, and voicing that they are against the recommendation. And in relation to the Vines ODP, we also have 2 written deputations, one from Michelle Maynard, member of Swan Hills, against the recommendation, one from John Jessup, Swan Valley Tourism Alliance, against the recommendation. Members, are you happy to continue on, or do you need a short break before we deal with the short break? 5 minutes? Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you and welcome back, everyone. We are now at the non-confidential items for discussion in relation to items 3.1 and 3.2. So we will first go to item 3.1, which is part 11B development application for proposed residential development, social housing at lots 13 and 14 Beaufort Street, Inglewood. Paola DePerna and Nicole Alexander have joined us today. Paola and Nicole, is there anything that you've heard throughout deputations that you would like to speak to, or are you happy to take questions?
A couple of items that I'd like to through the chair, in response to the matter of the scheme requiring a separate application for demolition, I refer the committee to page 279 of the agenda, which details the department's consideration of the matters raised by the city. In this instance, separate consideration to the merits of demolition have been given in isolation of the proposed development. The scheme does state that separate development approval has to first be given for the demolition of the building before the proposed development can be completed. In this instance, the department has formed the view that both the demolition and the development can be within the scope of the application. If sufficient information has been provided within the application itself to allow for a separate consideration of the merits of that proposal. In this instance, we've included separate recommendations for the demolition and the proposed development. However, it's noted that should the committee determine not to approve the demolition, then a determination in relation to the proposed development cannot be made. The city, as part of its invitation to provide comment on the proposal, did include draft without prejudice conditions, and these conditions have been included in attachment 3 of the agenda. The conditions as recommended, although there being only 3, have been considered in the assessment and recommended. The matter relating to the update of the waste management plan was considered in the assessment of the proposal, including the facilitation of a meeting between the proponent, the department and the city to discuss the technical matters. The matters raised by the city were considered capable of being addressed post-determination and have been included in recommended condition 23 as listed in the current agenda. To address other matters in the deputations relating to land use classification, the department assessed the proposal based on the information provided by the applicant. The applicant submitted their form, which does speak to a 4-storey residential social housing development, with the applicant going on to outline in a multiple form. As detailed in the report, in February of this year, the applicant provided further written correspondence advising that the development is intended specifically for seniors and sought to have that information included in the consultation information. It's not uncommon for land use of proposal to be refined and to inform a proper assessment as further information becomes available through the life of the application. The principle that's been applied in this assessment has been that the specific would prevail over a general land use description, given the intention of the development to be occupied by senior age independent, the aged person's definition was considered appropriate. In terms of setting conditions, section 171S2A of the Planning and Development Act explicitly allows the commission through the commission on delegation to impose conditions when determining a development application under 11B. In relation to parking, the SDRP commentary did provide and was focused on suggesting moderating of car parking. However, this was to enable an increase in shared amenities and communal open space, responding to the key principle of amenity, the SPP 7. I highlight that the applicant's traffic impact statement does outline that social housing development will generate a lesser demand for parking in comparison to market residential developments. Location, site relative to public transport infrastructure was noted and considered in the assessment of the proposal. This was supported by the Public Transport Authority and the Department of Transport, who were supportive of the reduced car parking given the frequency of public transport, but also support intent in terms of the housing typology and the provision of adequate bike parking. In terms of the parklet, the communal open space on the corner of Beaufort and Wood Street has been described and intended use with the public since the proposal was first presented under Part 11B pathway. It is further noted that the plans are annotated as the area being utilised as public open space and described as public seating within the landscaping report. Notwithstanding, it is open to the committee to remove reference to these elements should it be satisfied that the proposal as multiple dwellings addresses the full principles where discretion is sought without considering the potential use of development and social housing. In response to a range of comments provided in the deputations relating to conditions of approval, the department has provided committee members with responses to these. As a result, some modifications have been further considered and a modified department recommendation has been provided to. In summary, it includes the deletion in relation to the notification on the transport corridor, additional conditions relating to line marking and signposting, and some minor edits to that document. Happy to take any further questions.
Thank you. Questions, members? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Heron.
Thank you very much, Alice. So I just wanted to be clear on a couple of points. From a risk perspective, in terms of the exclusion of reference to either aged or social housing, the biggest consideration is obviously around the parking, as well as obviously the basis on which we're applying certain discretions associated with it. A reasonable summary from, I'm just trying to understand, are there any other risks you need to be considering if those elements would?
I suppose it's been integral to the assessment. There have been, the report outlines quite a number of departures to the framework, some of them which have been considered in the context of the proposal as it's been presented, but more specifically, the car park one is probably the more significant of the, aside from the land use, the ground floor.
And that goes on to my next point through the chairs. In terms of the potential implications, I mean, obviously the design has been made to enable, facilitate ultimate transition of that ground floor, which would these conditions, in your view, potentially impede that, that likely intended outcome?
Through the chair, if the conditions as they're proposed were to be retained and progressed forward, if the ground floor occupancy was to change, it would require a further development approval, which would consider potentially either an amendment to this approval itself or a new development approval in nature, more broadly.
Thank you. And finally, just in relation to the ground floor commercial component, in relation to the considerations, and I understand the operational, which again, from a planning perspective, the robustness of the design enabling change. What other considerations? I mean, the assertion that commercial couldn't work there, I don't necessarily accept, but I do understand from an operational perspective that it may not be optimal in this particular circumstance. Was there any assessment in terms of potential implications of precluding the commercial, and do you feel that the design is robust enough to actually enable that transition over time?
Through the chair, the transitional drawings that have been provided as part of the application have been reviewed and information has been circulated to suggest that the transitional drawings would enable sufficient transition at a time in future. In terms of the broader context, we note that the City of Stirling's draft local planning scheme does contemplate in future that ground floor residential uses could be accommodated in certain circumstances, including where transitional or amendments could be made to the building to facilitate that at a later stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Go ahead, Commissioner Adair.
Risk of labouring parking again. I understand that the assessment has been done on an undertaking of social and aged accommodation. If it were to be assessed just as multiple dwellings, would you like, there was in the deputation, there was one of the deputations, there was comment or from the proponents about the reduction in parking and the future direction that parking is going in, which is to reduce parking. Would you care to comment on that? When we're being asked to look at this potentially just as multiple dwellings.
In the context of future changes to the codes, it is acknowledged that parking standards are subject to some change. In exercising that discretion, that could be afforded to the changing nature of parking or contemplated parking. However, how much weight would be afforded to that would be up to the committee.
Commissioner Lakey.
The chair, only going back over just for absolute clarity, in terms of the reference of condition to aged persons, proponent is to put those conditions on social housing. Let's reiterate.
So the ability to impose a condition, as I highlighted, is there for the commission to consider. As to whether or not the condition should a valid condition, the committee would need to satisfy itself that there's nexus, that there is a planning purpose, and it's not so unreasonable that any authority would not impose that condition. From our perspective, the assessment's been undertaken where it's satisfied that it meet the tests of that valid planning condition.
Just a follow on, if I may. In the condition, you refer to social or community housing. When you refer to community housing, do you mean affordable housing? So what's community housing?
Through the chair, a definition of community housing would contribute into the significant development regulations as of the 30th of May, and that sets out the detail of the definition of community housing. It is included, the definition is included within the report, and if you'd like me to read it, I can do so.
Sorry, I must have missed this. 1,000 pages.
Renew.
May I ask another question? You're actually getting the definition. Sorry, I thought it was.
You can definitely be next.
Sorry. So the definition of community housing means housing for people on a very low or moderate income, for people with additional needs that is provided by a person other than an occupant housing.
Right, so that's a pretty broad, so that could mean affordable. Moderate. So, but they don't specifically say. I think picks that up.
It could fall within that definition.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adair.
Thank you. If we were to proceed with the recommendation, yet to be debated, there is the recommendation includes specific reference to aged persons in social and community housing. Do you believe there should actually be a condition also that requires a management plan prior to occupation be provided by the registered provider? I know there's a lot of social issues and concerns from the community around the land use.
Through the chair, a condition of that nature could be included. It hasn't been recommended because the community housing provider by its nature will oversee the operations and would ensure that through its operation to minimise and mitigate potential impacts. It would be just creating another document in terms of trying to manage what those potential impacts would be. That would be ordinarily managed through housing provider would operate a site, as I would understand it.
Yes, thank you. And just one last question for me. One of the deputies was talking about the appropriateness of the location for this land use in proximity to TAB, hotel, liquor and gaming basically, and other such uses. Now, for the record, I understand that it's not a zone of its own, and I'd like you to address that so that it's quite open to everyone to understand consideration of location proximity to other land uses. Does that my question make sense?
Yes, it does. Through the chair, the zoning of the site does allow for residential development to be contemplated in this location. In proximity to other services, whether it's TAB or otherwise, part of services that would be ordinarily contained within a local centre or within a centre or within a commercial strip, and that it would really not fall within the planning controls to suggest that it's an inappropriate location because of pre-existing activities in the centre that may not require further development approval to establish because of the permissibilities under the law.
Members, are we happy to deal with the item? Okay, I'll ask for a mover and seconder, but sorry, before I do that, if I could just take your attention to what has been provided to you with the title SDAU recommended modifications to conditions. Because there are a number of conditions that have been modified throughout, I think it's going to be more efficient for us to deal with this as a modified recommendation. It means this can form the basis. We can continue to amend this through. I will be moving this in two parts. So I'll be moving part one, which is part 1A and B, conditions 1 and advice notes A to D. And we'll be asking for a mover and seconder to deal with that as a separate decision of the SPC. That does have one very small modification at D where it talks about regarding condition 43. So it's just a change of number on the condition. And then once that's been dealt with, we'll move to dealing with part 2. So in asking for a mover and seconder, I'm referencing part 1 of the modified recommendation. Thank you very much. It's moved by Commissioner Adair, seconded by Commissioner Herron. Is there any discussion? Any dissent? Thank you. That is carried. Now, in relation to part 2, just to walk through what has changed there from the recommendation in the report. It talks about condition 9 references West Australian Planning Commission on advice of the City of Stirling. It deletes condition 10, which is the occupancy, the notice on the certificate of title, which has been deemed to be not necessary. Renumbers the conditions thereon in. One I would like to address is condition 12, which is the change in 2022. I would recommend that we revert to the former wording for design standards, given that there has been the delayed introduction of the National Construction Code changes to Western Australia. So on that one, I am recommending with the wording livable housing silver design standards in place as originally proposed. And then on condition 22, we have the changes recommended by the City of Stirling in relation to being specific on the garbage bins being maximum 360 litres and where they must sit. And condition 25, which is also the City of Stirling's request about line marking of the. So if members are happy. Oh, yes, sorry, thank you very much, Sam. And also to change in relation to the condition on the 4A, which is the awning, it has been changed to an open arbour, noting that the request from the applicant is that is actually more anchor points, but I think that if we move this as is, we can then deal with that amendment if members wish to consider that further. So are members happy to proceed on that basis? Moved by Commissioner Herron, seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Commissioner Herron, do you wish to speak to the item?
Yes. And I have considered this application through a couple of lenses, and we'll go on to foreshadow a couple of items. But mindful that, as I always tell people, not to go to the race to outrage. As a product of public housing myself, the notion of public housing and the nature of tenancy being seen through a singular lens, we need to be very mindful of. We deal with the diversity of people. I have spent time in a block of flats in Maylands that was all completely privately owned, in which there were significant social issues. So they can be attributed. And in fact, my experience is that having a development which is managed by Department of Communities actually provides far greater confidence in being able to manage and resolve those issues than would be if it were not, in fact, under that control. I do think it's really important that, although clearly there needs to be consideration of social implications and things like that, unlike, say, Kwinana, where I lived, where, you know, it was 45% social housing, if you actually look at this locality in context, there's less than 2% public housing in this locality. So although, yes, there is this will be an individual development, I do think you need to look at it within a broader context. And I also think that the fact that it is being targeted to aged persons does actually provide some level of confidence in terms of the issues arising. But I am mindful that we shouldn't be limiting to that. As I sort of say, I am aware of circumstances where people are in fact not able to move into accommodation which is physically suitable because of age, because there can be other reasons why that is a suitable form of accommodation. So my mindfulness is to provide the department with the flexibility in which to be able to operate it in a responsible way. The second part of that is then also linked to the notion of age. The nature and form of the apartments, I think, is actually quite explicit, but I don't believe it to be of a form that has to be specifically to aged care. I do take the point around the parking and the considerations, and I fully appreciate why the recommendation has been placed as it is. However, if we are to give consideration and applying a level of pragmatism around where public policy is going in relation to parking and the nature of the development and its location and its accessibility, I would feel personally comfortable in approving the development in its form with recommendations. And depending on the view of the committee, I would be happy to put forward a modification to the recommendation to remove the references to the public housing and to the age, but I will await feedback from others.
Go to the seconder first. Commissioner Lake, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. Very well put, Commissioner Herron. I think, and I echo all the comments in terms of the need for this housing supply area. I listened very carefully, looked at everything, read everything. I think one of the things that's clear to me is that all parties are aligned in terms of the need for social housing, the intent of communities to put people over 55 in there, as is the developer. I think this is reflected by the fact that Department of Communities have entered into a contract for all buildings already. And I think this is also in terms of the community, what the council have requested. I note the issue from Department of Communities in terms of the flexibility, and I agree with Commissioner Herron on this. But I also note, and the confirmation that from the SDAU, that community housing does provide for affordable, which I think does give some flexibility, which in terms of that condition. In terms of the ground floor, I cast my mind and to the plans, which were the additional plans brought in, that it is flexible, and also the government architect's response in that it is flexible and can change in the future. And also the last thing anybody would like is to have ground floor commercial vacant. So personally, I don't have an issue with that. I think it comes back to, for me, whether the conditionality of aged care, social affordable housing is restrictive in terms of the financing. And I find that difficult to grasp because of the fact that there's all of the dwellings are contracted. They've been contracted under a social housing valuation. Notwithstanding, I don't question the honesty of the developer, but I do know that getting these sort of projects off the ground are very difficult and challenging in the current environment. So I understand the flexibility in that is important, notwithstanding that the DOC have actually continued to contract with them. I also know the comments from various sources in terms of the fact that it is going to be social and for people at 55 and over. That's my comments.
Thank you very much. Members, any further comments or amendments?
To foreshadow an amendment in yeah, sure. I'd just like to move the amended recommendation, which is as per what has been presented, but removing the references to referring to it as a multiple dwelling, moving the reference to aged persons and to just trying to find the appropriate condition here.
So members, in front of you will have an alternate motion, but it's no longer a motion, it's an amendment now. With the reference removed to aged person and social community housing. So it's various amendments throughout the document. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Member Harmon. Commissioner, do you wish to speak to it?
Well, as I say, I am be aware of the issues that have been raised. I do feel that there are processes in place to manage those. I also feel that the proposal stands in its own right in terms of as a appropriate provision of diversity of housing within this locality. The concerns regarding parking, I feel I'm comforted by the fact that there is the contracts in place and that would be sufficient in my mind to be able to deal with it within the short term, with the longer term scenarios being such that I think that the reliance on private vehicles will be reduced.
Thank you. Commissioner Harmon, Member Harmon, any comments?
Yeah, look, I'd just reiterate what Commissioner Heron said, but also noting that today we've had some deputations encouraging that the entire development be aged care, right? And I'm taking on face value the fact that we have binding contracts from Department of Communities to deliver that, regardless of what the condition says. But equally, we've had a lot of objections through this process around the concentration of social housing in one development. So we take on face value that communities are going to deliver a form of social housing in aged care, at least in the short term, but the removal of those other restrictions enables the flexibility in future to deliver a dwelling mix, a different housing typology, a different tenant mix, and sort of stray away from that concentration. So I think it's an entirely appropriate modification.
Thank you. Member? Look, I'll just comment that we've heard today from the Department of Communities that they do want to have the ability to be flexible into the future. They have raised that they have there is a clear commitment to social and aged dwellings in this development, and that is expressed clearly from government and from the department. So I do not think that is in question, but I think that in the request from the city and also from residents to be resolute in that regard in some ways hampers the ability to do other things that the residents have also requested, which is to consider affordable housing into the future and to provide that flexibility that Department of Communities does need. And Department of Communities runs social and affordable housing for the state of Western Australia, and I believe that they do need that flexibility and that they will honour the commitment that they've made in this regard. We have heard from the applicant that the market valuation is tied to the multiple dwelling use and that is important in financing this as a private development, which is then on-sold to government. So I take that at face value and accept that as a consideration. And therefore I'm happy to support the amendment. Any further comments? Okay, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Back to the substantive amended motion. Any further comments or amendments?
Thank you. I don't want to labour the point. I think all the arguments that have been put make a lot of sense. I think that I just want to reiterate for the community that we do take very seriously this decision-making pathway, discretion that is allowed to us and afforded to us through the legislation, because that was brought into question at one point. And I do believe that on balance, I think the amendment to the motion was as it should be, because I think it's taking off the limitations to actually find a more diverse mix within this building going forward at some point in time. So on balance, weighing it all up, I believe that it's something that I'm happy to support.
Okay, Commissioner Adair, if I might, I'd like to move the amendment to condition 4A. This is in relation to the arbour, to change that to provide reinforcing and fixing points as necessary to facilitate potential future installation of a continuous 2-metre wide awning to the section of building fronting Zayford Street in association with any conversion of the ground level dwellings for non-residential use. At the moment, our adopted motion talks about having an arbour in place, so could effectively be changing it to reinforcing and fixing point part of the construction. Is there a seconder? Thank you very much, Commissioner Lakey. If I speak to this, I think that when listening to architect Sam Clough talk about the fact that in terms of actually moving forward with that adaptive reuse, there would need to be a development application to first change the use as well as to do these works. And I believe that that would be the time at which this can be considered, and can be then an appropriate design response can be considered in relation to the awning as well. So I'm satisfied that by providing the necessary reinforcements that this is sufficient at this stage. Any further comments? Any dissent? Thank you very much. That's carried. Members, are there any further amendments?
I'll test the waters on this one. I'd like to move an amendment to have condition 9 deleted, which is the easement over the couple on the corner. A couple of things on the basis, I think current condition 2 requires the development to be constructed in accordance with the plans, plus condition 15, which is essentially the same but specific to the landscaping. I think gives comfort that what is proposed and shown will be delivered. From a management point of view, and we've heard a lot today in terms of how Department of Communities are probably best placed to manage this development as a whole, and that's gone to the fact that justifying why commercial is maybe not appropriate at this point in time. So therefore, in implying the easement, the city becomes responsible for that piece of land, essentially, as the applicant alluded to earlier. But in my mind, the community is probably best placed, or the owner of the property is placed to deal with what happens within that public realm, if you like, what quasi-public.
Sorry, I called for a seconder before you walked into the rationale, but it was
good to know the rationale.
It was good to know. Yes, thank you. Is there a seconder to the amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Adair. Is there any discussion? I would like to support this amendment, and I think that's a sensible approach. We have heard from the applicant today that they will not fence the area. Paola, is there anything that, given that there's no fencing shown on the plans, if the applicant did seek to do that in the future, would they need to come back for an amendment to the application to fence that corner?
Through the chair, depending on the type of fencing that potentially an application, either an amendment application or an application to the local fencing.
Okay, happy to support the amendment. Any further discussion? Any dissent to the amendment? That's carried. Thank you very much. Members, are there any further amendments or comments? Okay, happy to put the motion. Is there any dissent to the motion as amended? Thank you very much. That's carried. Thank you, everybody. We are now at item 3.2, is the standard structure plan for amendment 9 to the fines outlined in number 37. And we are joined today by Andrew Cook, Mario Carbone, and Michaela Tillon. Thank you for joining us today. You've heard the deputations. I would like to give you the opportunity to respond to some of the comments that you have heard today. We would like to lead off, please go again.
Thanks, Chair. Of the comments made in the presentations, we remain comfortable with our officer assessment, which we consider addresses the relevant planning considerations applicable to this proposal. We have a number of modifications as outlined in our report. I'd just quickly like to touch on the environmental concerns raised during the deputations, Chair. We note those concerns, and we also note the concerns about the values of the environmental considerations in the broader landholding. We also acknowledge the applicant's response and have nothing further to add except to verify that the technical reporting that has been done by the applicant was reviewed by the state government agencies, including the DBCA. It was also subject to an independent review by the city's administration with no technical issues raised.
Thank you. Members' questions? Ed, Commissioner Heron?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify firstly, in relation to the site adjoining the resort, which was initially proposed to go to R60, but is currently proposed to be limited to R40. And I suppose just wanting to understand the rationale, again, having been out to the site, it doesn't have some of the visual implications that some of the other sites do. It is currently, as I sort of said, it obviously adjoins the node, so to speak. I just wanted to understand both the rationale for the R40 and whether you would see any risks in retaining the R60 proposition in terms of diversity.
Thanks, through the chair. So this is the existing development site in the LDP. The site is currently in the existing LDP identified as the density of R25. The proposal of the applicant is R60 and it's R40. And just to give a bit of insight into that, suppose not too much to add to what our report says, but we note that the density shown in the LDP, we go to R40. So we've just aligned with that. We think that there is some scope to consider R60. We note, as you mentioned, the proximity to the resort. It's quite a prominent site. We think if subsequent planning is done in a good way, carefully done, that a good outcome can be provided. So that's all. Right.
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair, I just also in relation to the driving range unit, and I just wanted to again further understand. So the proposed location, and there is the overrunning issue around the function of the golf course, which we'll put to one side for now. But in relation to impact guess my assessment on site was that that's not going to be visible from a lot of the residential side, that it's really the resort that is the significant site to be impacted by that. Is that a reasonable assessment?
Assessment as well. That the impact of the proposed driving range will be confined to within the site itself, the golf resort itself. The impact on existing residents would be significant. The context of whether what is proposed in the context of whether residents are located.
And sorry, finally, through the chair, the current driving range site, which is being proposed to go to single-story aged care. I mean, that is obviously quite strict in itself, but that's been proposed by the proponent. Just in terms of your views on the appropriateness of that, I'm very mindful of the buffering and landscape components that are attributed to that. Would you see that the single story is more akin to an over 55 because of stair issues? And as someone who's now 55, I'm sort of going, I can still go downstairs.
Therefore,
Hold on to the rail.
I'll try out that one. I mean, that was that proposal over 55 limited to single stories to us by the applicant, and that wasn't anything that we necessarily or requested. So that was purely applicant driven, and we haven't really questioned the ability or the or those types of things. But
No, I just wondered. So it was proponent driven, and that's the sort of my lens has changed once I hit a particular milestone. Thank you.
Members, questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
Just in terms of the residential south and sort of the component that's further. Yes. Proponent may comment generally that in terms of development there, view corridors could be created to alleviate, and then there's it is a large expanse. I wonder if you could comment on the potential for that, because that is an appropriate.
Yeah. So, Chair, that is one aspect of the proposal. This being the 0.8 hectare site south of the resort, south of the existing development site that's proposed for upcoming. Our view is that those lots in particular, those existing adjoining residential lots, they do have a quite a unique, significant amenity in terms of their interface with the golf course. We note the applicant's alternative finding more limited development of that site. Improve situation, address our concerns somewhat, but we still are of the view that our report recommendation that is one aspect of the proposal that we don't support.
Andrew, can I ask you about the existing driving range and the modified amendments, modifications, sorry, proposed by the department in terms of ameliorating some of the impacts there of the over 55 single lanes. Can you talk to those modifications at the board and how you see that as ameliorating some of those impacts?
I might ask.
Yeah, so the northern lots originally was some directly opposite housing, which currently overlook the driving range and have really just between them. So we felt those people were being severely impacted by having housing developed here. So this is now being which we feel is a much better interface for new and existing housing. There's also been some reorientation of the lots. So those lots that back onto the driving range, I think it's Fidelity Drive, currently have open aspect fencing to the rear, those lots have been reorientated, so now they don't face directly to the rear of existing properties. And additional landscaping has been proposed in these areas to improve the interface between.
Thank you. That was one of my observations, that you do have the on the east side, that although that is a rear interface, that there is visually movable fencing with the driving range. Okay, thank you. Members, are there any further questions? Okay, we'll move to dealing with the item. So we are now dealing with the item, right? Here we are at 3.2, the district. So this is Standard Structure Plan Amendment 9 to the Vines Outline Development Plan number 37. If I just please have a mover and seconder for the item. That's moved by Commissioner Heron and seconded by Commissioner Adair. Commissioner Heron, do you speak to the item?
Yes, I have, and there was obviously a lot of information attached to it. I appreciate the extent of assessment that has been taken, and in my mind, I've broken it down in terms of the and the issues raised in terms of the golf course and its operation, and then, if you like, the residential component interface and the like, because I do see them as being quite distinct issues. In relation to the golf course and its operation, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in golf courses. However, it is ultimately a private course. There is a process that has to be followed, and I do accept the fact that the core components of the golf course, which were fundamental to the underlying proposal, are being retained. On the other side, I think that the key consideration in my mind is around then the interface issues associated with where proposals or where residential is proposed, its form, and how the interface is managed. And I do think that the modified version, both including the exclusion of the southern portion and the modifications to what is being proposed for the driving range, strike an appropriate balance in terms of, as I sort of say, well, the one adjoining is already a development site. It's about its density, and R25 is, you know, the partially pregnant zoning. It's not really, it's neither low density nor high density. It's in between. I accept the position that's been taken around R40, and, you know, I'm happy to take the advice on that, although I didn't have an issue with R60. On the other side, I think it was about the inclusion of the open space to provide the interface for where there is the open aspect fencing, the modification so it's not butting up, I think is an appropriate response to the site context. And although I take the point in terms of the area to the south and no one owns a view, it quietly, you know, from my perspective, walking around there, it is such an intrinsic part of the feel of that particular development. And I suppose I try to go, like, if I had to sit down and have a cup of tea with a resident, could I really stand hand on heart and go that that is a reasonable response? I don't think there's anything preventing the proponents from coming back with more information as to how they could protect that amenity. But at this point in time, I don't feel that we have sufficient information, and therefore I'm happy to support the recommendation.
Commissioner Adair?
I don't have a lot to add to that. I think the Chair has outlined it very well. The one point that I'd like to make is there was a lot of the submissions talk about the management. Well, they don't speak directly about management, but the outcome is really about management of this course and the golfing as a facility. That's not a consideration that we can get into planning. However, when you look at the proposal as put and the desire to have this retained as a world-class facility, the modernisation of it is actually leading to that. I'm quite comfortable with the development sites as amended being put forward. So, yeah, I'm happy to support them.
As all members, happy to make some comments. Look, I just like to acknowledge that having been out to site and see the signage and to meet with the various representatives of groups, I know that this is a very strongly held and incredibly well-documented process from many representative groups. We've had Robert speak on behalf of the Friends of the Vines Bushland and Swan Communities Environmental Alliance, Dixon Lowe representing the Vines Residents and Ratepayers Association, Charlie Zanino coming to represent his ward as a councillor of the City of Swan, and Justin Perslow talking about some of the effects and impacts as a golf and country club member. And just noting we have had those written deputations also from further representative advocates, Michelle Maynard, member for Swan Hills, and John is the Swan Valley Tourism Alliance. So it's very clear that this is deeply felt by the residents and that this is something that they have put a lot of time and effort into. And I that because I understand these processes can be very turbulent for that, you know, confronting change is very difficult, and I think that all of the advocates have put forward their case extensively and comprehensively, and I do think that's important to acknowledge. In dealing with this matter, I've taken on board the evolution of the golf course. I'm going there and seeing the birthday parties and the very full mini golf course and understanding the desire to transition the golf course to be accessible to new golfers into the future. I take that point on board. The driving range, I think in terms of any impact, it's probably to the existing hotel facilities, not to the residents. It's incredibly well protected from the existing residents through lines of double lines of canopy and flanks of green space. It was very hard to stand at the hotel and actually even see where the residents had to really sort of walk quite far and to actually see. So in terms of the impact there, I think that's more to the hotel itself, and I think that they see the benefit of the driving range and the wide vista that's been discussed remaining. The existing development area, again, I do support the comments of Chair in relation to the existing development area. I think that when you actually look at the further area that's been forward, those houses do actually sit on the course and they have that direct access onto the course, even to see golf buggies ready to drive out exactly, you know, straight onto the course, which is a incredible lifestyle opportunity. So I do think that that is important to just deal with the existing development area, whether that's R40 or R60, happy to hear those arguments. The existing driving range was probably the one that I scrutinised the most. But I do think that when you, from the perspective of the Vines, when they are no longer using this as the driving range, what obligation is there to the Vines to sort of provide that over as public open space when it actually has been a driving range for private purposes, which actually can't enter because you'd be hit by a golf ball. So it's not been, it's been a vista, and I understand that. I think that this part of the Vines represents as a more of a suburban area. You do have the separation of Burgundy Lane on two fronts, and the houses to the east, they do also have that view out to their front as well. So I think that with the modifications and the introduction of more setbacks and public open space, the fact that this will be single, this will be one story R25, I think that has really found the balance there. So overall, I support the modifications to the OD.
Chair, may I just move, are you finished?
Yes.
May I move an amendment to just on point 1 to remove the words at attachment 19?
Going back to that.
Yeah, the alternate that was put. So it's require the amendment.
So, sorry, are you moving the alternate motion?
Yeah, well, it is, but well, I'm not moving it. I'm just reflecting it in deleting those 3 words.
Okay. No, I'm just going through the, so you want to, can you just run me past that again? Because
Yes,
I've got an alternate motion here, which is to deal with the potential to change for the development site from R40 to R60, not that. No.
It's not. It's just to, the way it's worded, require the amendment to the outline development plan be modified in accordance with the attached schedule of modifications. Full stop.
Okay, yes.
Because it's not an attachment 19 to the resolution.
Okay, that's a very good point. Thank you. Is that seconded? I think we're hearing a second that. Yes, any dissent? That's carried. Thank you very much, Commissioner Adair. Any further amendments, or are we moving to deal with the motion? I'll put the motion as amended. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much all. Members, we have returning to the deputations. Okay.
The committee will now move back to item deputation this afternoon will be on item 3.4 on the agenda, which is section 31 reconsideration. State section and each members one by one. And we'll look for Brendan. Brendan, you'd like to join us at the table, please.
Right.
Over to you when you're ready,
Brendan.
Thank you for having me this morning, commissioners and members of the committee. Thanks for act for the group, the developer of state evil, the subject of this matter. No, it's very difficult after a long meeting, and so what we're asking is to go and recommend we provide quite a detailed reason for doing so is that to methodically demonstrate to you why we say that the officers have been misconstrued the application and come up with the wrong recommendation for you. This matter has a very, very long history. My client started developing land in the 1990s. At the time, they, as part of the first stage of the estate, they actually ceded 64 hectares of land for recreation. It has subsequently been reserved under the region scheme, which didn't exist at the time. And that is part of the arm wrestle that has been occurring for the last 25 years or so. The second point that I want to make is that there are fundamental issues with the existing structure plan which need to be addressed. Now, I set those out at paragraphs 6 to 14 of my written submission, and the amendment addresses each of those particular matters. The primary one, and I'll ask you to turn, and sorry that the page numbers are not correct in my written submission because they were based on the published version of the agenda, not this one. But if I ask if you could please turn to page 2021, it's probably the easiest overview of the discrepancy between the two sides. And I'd like to talk to this, please. So the first is, if you see those little ones that are marked S, so we're dealing with the land right at the top that is surrounded by regional open space on one side, and to the eastern side is the Millridge estate. The officers have raised a couple of issues with the layout of this and have excluded that in the calculation. The first one is P, which is right up in the northern. Now they say that that should be excluded because it's already reserved under the local planning scheme. We say that we have not ceded that land and it is appropriate to be considered as part of the structure plan area. We own the entirety of that land. The second point of issue is S, which are the pocket parks. Those pocket parks are designed specifically exactly the same as figure 56, small park in the, which are pocket parks at the terminus of streets. The reason that we've done that is for load filtering. So it allows pedestrians and cyclists to go through, but not cars, so that we don't end up with a rat running exercise for people who live to the south trying to get to the new section which will go through Millbridge to the north and make them use the wider road. Moving down is T, which the officers say should not be included in the POS schedule because it has a drainage component. And it's only 7.5 meters wide. The drainage component is a 4.2 meter wide swale that's 600 deep. But what it's forgetting is that on the other side of the swale is 50 hectares of regional open space. So it's not like a 7.5 meter laneway where you've got development on both sides. Your outlook is effectively the very edge of the regional open space. The reason that we've included this linear around the outside with the drainage component is that the DWER and DBCA have said that the design in previous parts of our estate, which had drainage components within that regional reservation, are no longer acceptable to them. And I actually have attached at the last page of my submission the recent subdivision approval for Millbridge next door, which shows that exact layout. So their POS is POS and drainage within that linear parkland that runs around the outside. Moving further down. Sorry, this is just kicked me out. Moving further down, I've got M shown on that plan, which is if you have a look at the regional open space, it's right down the bottom. So the reason for doing that is the original subdivision of the land required a certain area of regional open space to be ceded free of cost. And at the time, it wasn't called regional open space, it was just reserved for recreation. We also ceded that M at the time, which had no drainage function. It was not part of a foreshore reserve. It was actually to assist the Scout Hall, which is next door directly to us.
So we have gone over time. Can you perhaps just make your concluding comments?
And then the other major issues are down the bottom, which are marked in pink. These are areas on the demand side that we have issue with. The primary one is Bethany developments. One of those is a nursing home, effectively a locked nursing home, an adult daycare for dementia patients, and a bowling club. The other one is the subject of it, which is Bethany Esprit, which is right down in the southern corner. It has its own structure plan, which has been endorsed by the Planning Commission, which has its own public open space component. So if that was to be included, like the officers say, they haven't excluded or deducted the POS that's already being provided, but they're actually wanting us to provide space that other people are generating the need for. And a little subdivision just to the north of that, that was developed by others with a POS condition. The city or the Shire of Dardanup received a POS contribution. So we shouldn't be providing this.
Brendan, I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you. Are there any questions, members? Go ahead, Chris.
Brendan, I'm curious, right? It's the subject of a SAT appeal. We're considering a section 31, so the SAT's recommended that it be reconsidered. We're still looking at a refusal. And without going into the details of what occurred in mediation, are you able to shed any light on why we are where we are?
We are where we are because there has been 25 years of arm wrestling with the local government as to POS provision in this area. When Parkridge was first developed, it was part of the same structure plan as Millbridge. Then Millbridge was approved, which is this one, which is not in that's the plan for next door. They have almost no public open space. All of the green shown on that plan is regional open space and counts towards their regional open space, towards their local open space component. On our side, there was a hearing in around 2012 to 15, around that time, which dealt with the public open space, and the SAT recommended that an audit be done to determine how much land was ceded free of cost and how much was to be acquired by the local government. That's where we're at. The big issue is not where the POS is provided, how much is provided. It's really how much is to be acquired versus how much is ceded.
So as a
The structure plan itself doesn't actually determine that. That gets sorted out at subdivision stage, which is why we've put in this amendment. We've addressed all of the concerns that were the reason for refusal, which was the layout of the POS, where it's located. We've spread it out. We've provided more public open space in area than the existing structure plan. The only real issue comes down to this issue about seeding versus.
So as a follow-up to that, was the audit tabled in mediation, or has that occurred post mediation and led to this?
We had versions of it during mediation and the ins and outs, and the entire, and you'll see that it is a very, very detailed audit which is included. That page that I took you to is effectively the outcome of that audit and the reporting officer's views of why they say that we haven't provided enough public open space and why we say we do. And the big area of dispute is really these deductions.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, Brendan.
This afternoon is on item 3.5 on the agenda, which is subdivision at 129 Evelyn Street, Whitby, and we're welcoming Rob Brown. Thank you, Rob.
Hi. Thank you for me to attend today, and I appreciate you guys have been sitting here for a long time. So, on my my slide here, maybe just to summarise, for me, there is no detailed development plan in place for my home, and there is no actual plan or proposed date to have. Proposed subdivision that we've put forward is seen to be having, I can see that will have no deleterious future planning effect. We're proposing a subdivision that is considered a lot of the impact to make sure it's as minimal impact as we really can on vegetation, and it's two large regular orderly lots that would those benefit in the future or be amenable in the future. The proposal we think is unique in that it meets the 1 hectare requirements. It has 2 road access, and it doesn't require any change to current infrastructure or any other. And have engaged very early and openly with the Shire on multiple occasions with multiple people acting on our behalf or inquiring on our behalf, and we've never had any flag concerns in the initial stages of the subdivision. Next slide, please. So in 2011, the DSP, it's called, the Shire had specifically noted that due to the fractured nature, they had a burden or a requirement that they would have to fund and budget for a planning proposal. The most recent version of plan has removed all responsibility or expectation that the Shire or anyone is going to do that for us, but then that's placed an untenable financial burden on a private owner or a private owner group. Regardless of the lack of a plan, I believe that approval of this proposal should not impact any future orderly development. There has been significant time since 2011 to have some sort of a plan in this area, and realistically, Precinct B is going to be one of the very last development opportunities in the Mundijong town site because of its, well, there's so many broadacre opportunities all around it, and the ownership nature is making this one a difficult one. So seemingly, I think we're at a very, very long duration stalemate with 49 other homes in the area have been consistently owned by people for long duration, and in our experience, they are all pursuing a rural lifestyle and community involvement. As I think I'm about the third youngest member, let's say, newest member to the area. We've been there for over 20 years. The Shire has actually also issued us, I think it's a DCP cost or a contribution cost statement. So some department of the Shire has actually accepted our proposal and reviewed it, and must have been positively, because we know the financial opportunity we can provide should it be approved. Next slide. Really summarising this one, we meet all the requirements as far as the BMP and the sewerage requirements in there. I do want to really highlight that we've worked very hard to make sure our building window is exactly where it needs to be, and it's 2 trees, which is less than 2% of the thing. There's well over 100 trees on that section of my property. So in conclusion, really, my family, we've been residents in that area since 2002. I think we have invested a fair amount of time, significant amount of time, money and openness to approach this subdivision from the initial discussions in the Shire office. We've worked fairly well in a constructive, orderly, minimal impact, and I don't think we're going to detract from current or future planning or feel for the area.
Rob, thank you for your deputation. I will now see if members have any questions for you. Rob, I think probably the concern here is that under the DSP, Mundijong DSP, that your the precinct where it's mooted for 20 to 25 land. I take your point about the preparation of the local structure plan and timing being unknown, but equally, if this subdivision occurred and there was an investment by you or by a prospective purchaser to then build on the land, I think that is the consideration. So in terms of understanding from you, what is your plan for the site in terms of, is it just simply to open it to sale to the market, or do you have plans?
My general impression is we love living in the area, but I'm not getting any younger, and I'm not getting any less, I suppose, burden on my time through work, family, and other things. So for me, the 3 hectare lot, I want to section off and just reduce, I suppose, my investment in time. I'm undecided at the moment yet whether I would sell the 2 hectare lot and then move to a nice, fresh, new development so I can create a 1 hectare lot. That will be the 1 hectare lot and potentially just sell that. But one or the other, my open, honest impression. I don't want to leave the area. We've got family, friends, attachment. I just want to have a little less footprint.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your deputation today, Rob. I think that's all. Thank you.
Next deputation this afternoon is on item 4.1 on the agenda, the City of Armidale Local Planning number 124. And via Zoom, we're welcoming Leo Romano, Paul Rosser, and Alex Vander Plus.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
That's great.
We'll bring up
The
your
slides.
presentation now. Yep, and
Thank you.
deputation. Thank you.
Thanks. Dear Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on item 2.15. The City appreciates the Department's feedback on the draft modification and broadly supports the progression of the amendment. However, we wish to highlight a few key matters for your consideration. The first being the bushfire hazard. The City supports the inclusion of the identified lots within the district centre, noting that the BL ratings can be lowered by using method 2 calculations. This method considers the actual width of the vegetation rather than applying the standard 100-metre assessment in method 1. If exclusion of lots is supported, we request that it be limited to the lots on the southern side of Gilboa Ave. This approach preserves the development flexibility, upholds the long-term planning vision of the northern lots, and avoids unnecessarily constraining the intent of the amendment. Next slide, please. Transition zones. The city seeks to support for applying the R60 density zoning, as this aligns with the advertised structure plan. The intent of the R60 coding is to provide a more appropriate interface with the adjoining lower density residential areas and creating a transition zone into the core of the district zone. High density along Strike Avenue is not considered appropriate due to the poor visual and acoustic amenity associated with the adjacent rail corridor and long-term community land uses in this area. In addition, the Erica Street site is a group dwelling development with no commercial frontage or meaningful interface with Albany Highway. It's unsuitable for the district centre zoning. Next slide, please. Gilwell Avenue. The city objects to the removal of the Gilwell Avenue properties from the special control area, noting that the draft structure plan has already been advertised. Gilwell Avenue forms a key entry corridor that frames important view lines and functional connection between the Darling Scarp, Canning River, and the district centre. Their removal would be a significant departure from the department's earlier advice and would undermine community confidence in the planning process, as targeted consultation has already been received from affected landowners. Next slide, please. Plot ratio. The city supports retaining the existing scheme wording, which ensures the scheme remains the head of power while enabling variations through the precinct structure plan and aligns with the approach taken in the Armidale Activity Centre structure plan. We do not support the application of a 1.0 plot ratio to the Harrisdale District Centre. This centre is already subject to a WAPC approved activity centre plan, and such identification may create inconsistencies with areas already coded R100, which expect a plot ratio of 1.3. The city recommends advertising the amendment in its current form, allowing key stakeholders such as Stockland, the majority landholder in the Harrisdale District Centre, to provide formal input. In conclusion, the city supports proceeding with advertising the amendment in its current form, with any potential modifications to be considered following the advertising period if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I'll now see whether there are any questions. Any questions? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Herron.
Please excuse my ignorance potentially in relation to this, but the transition zone you identified, now you were suggesting that the interface with the railway is what makes it unsuitable for high density. Is that correct?
Just one of the issues. So so if you can see the green arrow there on the slide 2, you can see that the residential zoning, the interface that's there, the existing interface that's there with the residential low density development that's existing. And then you've got the other one is the rail line where you've got this blank retaining wall. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, members? No, thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate you joining us today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputation this afternoon is on item 4.2 on the agenda, which is Shire of Peppermint Grove Local Planning Scheme number 4, Amendment number 3 for approval to advertise. And we're welcoming Josh Toppelberg, Judy Maloney, Russell Date and Christian Lyon, and they'll be joining us via Zoom.
Okay, have you got me?
Yes, we do. Thanks very much,
Okay.
Josh.
Thank you.
Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, just before I start, so Russell, Christian and Judy are the owners of 7 Irvine Street, 496 to 500 Stirling Highway, and they're, okay, if I'm into my 3 minutes, I'll get started then. So I'm addressing item 4.2 and requesting modification to the proposed scheme amendment to retain 496 to 500 Stirling Highway as RAC3 and amend 7 Irvine Street to R80. Next slide, please. In 2016, the properties adjacent to 7 Irvine Street were rezoned to RAC3, creating the largest adjacent zoning disparity in Western Australia. Next slide, please. So 7 Irvine Street is zoned as R20, and that red line indicates the road widening provision on Stirling Highway. In 2019, a draft plan was presented showing 7 Irvine Street within the planned area and zoned RAC3. Next slide, please. Peppermint Grove confirmed this intent in writing, but later claimed this was a draft concept only. After years of liaison, in April 2022, the owner of 7 Irvine Street commissioned a plan demonstrating the benefit of this becoming an R80 transition site. Next slide, please. Critically, this allows the RAC3 properties to reach their development potential without negatively impacting the residential zone. Peppermint Grove refused to consider this plan. Disheartened, we met with the Minister's Office and the department, who encouraged us to pursue the zoning change with the Shire, which we did. Now, I should have watched more closely, but you'll understand my shock when the local paper reported that Peppermint Grove approved the draft Cott Village plan at their December 2024 meeting. No notification, no consultation, and no correspondence after 5.5 years of pursuing this matter and pleading with them to engage on the issue. Next slide, please. That shock became disbelief when I saw that the explicit exclusion of 7 Irvine Street from the proposed structure plan and the proposed downzoning of the adjacent lot from Stirling Highway. Next slide, please. The draft plan incorrectly identifies the existing zoning for the Irvine Street sub-precinct as R80. The northern properties are all RAC3, meaning the amendment actually proposes downzoning on a major corridor. The impacted landowners have had zero correspondence from the Shire about the proposed downzoning of their properties. The draft scheme amendment was not attached to any of the publicly available documents, so it's either disappeared from the briefing agenda, council and council minutes, or was in fact never presented to council. These omissions and errors are at best negligent, and after 6 years of trying to engage, the source of immense frustration. Next slide, please. Regarding the Stirling Highway properties, the draft plan calls for 10-metre combined setbacks, which, when considering the road widening provision, the heritage listing and the angle of the lots, would effectively render these lots undevelopable at 3 stories. The most basic consultation would have confirmed to the Shire these lots are owned in different entities, but by a married couple. The combined lots measure 1,166 square metres, which is only 34 metres less than what the plan identifies as primary development sites on the basis of size alone. Considering the location of the heritage listed component in the northwestern corner, a more vertical scale development would provide breathing room for the heritage property. Next slide, please. So regarding Irvine Street, without intervention, we'll have RAC3 adjacent to R20 along its entire northern boundary. Rezoning to R80 provides a sensible transition zone and removes the need for 6 metre rear setbacks to the Stirling Highway properties, which is a better outcome for all stakeholders. Downcoding land on a major corridor is inconsistent with every previous decision of the current planning minister. I also ask that if the current plan delivers only 41% of Peppermint Grove's infill target, but includes all of their district centre zone properties, where will they find the other 59% if they are downzoning properties on Stirling Highway? So we are asking that you recommend the Minister instruct the Peppermint Grove Shire to advertise the amendment with 496 to 500 Stirling Highway remaining at RAC3 and 7 Irvine Street being amended to R80. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Josh. Nice to see you. I will now throw over to the members to see if there are any questions for you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify. So in terms of the dialogue with the Shire in relation to the draft plan, and you suggested that there had been written advice, is that correct?
So and again, this has been a 6-year process. Trying to condense that into 3 minutes has been a challenge.
Sure.
We met with the Shire in 2019, and when the draft plan was presented to Cottesloe Council, not to Peppermint Grove, it included, so it was a joint plan, and it indicated the property at 7 Irvine to be potentially rezoned to RAC3. Early the following year, so 2020, there was some notification was sent out by the Shire of Peppermint Grove, and it had 7 Irvine Street as being removed from the plan area. We questioned that with the council and received written advice that the plan that was approved by Cottesloe was in fact the agreed plan, and at that time was the draft concept. We've had numerous meetings. There's been a number of staff changes at Peppermint Grove, but we've, to put it bluntly, been stonewalled. We've tried many different ways, but what you currently have is RAC3 properties on the entire northern and western boundary of an R20 zone property, which, to my knowledge, is the largest adjacent zoning disparity that we have in the state, and it renders that property almost undevelopable and unlivable with the northern and western boundaries.
Well, we could have the debate about largest disparity another time, but the point is taken in terms of the variation, and the suggestion being that you're seeing R80 as being the appropriate transition between the R20 and the RAC zone, correct?
That is correct, and the owner had gone to the expense and trouble to present a scheme, a simplified scheme, but to be able to demonstrate that. And when we attempted to present that to staff at Peppermint Grove, we were told that they will not even consider looking at something that's not on the table, and basically, unless you have a scheme amendment in your hand, we're not interested.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Very much for your deputation today, Josh.
Thank you.
The next deputation this afternoon is on item 4.3 on the agenda, which is the Town of Cottesloe Local Planning Scheme number 3, amendment number 14. We would advertise, and we're being joined by Paul Nielsen and Steve Cleaver. To join us at the table. Good afternoon.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, for having us along. It's okay. Firstly, before we start, I just want to thank the department's officers, Rowan's team, for getting this put up to the agenda. We're really pleased the committee is considering a scheme amendment, and we're really keen to see that the planning process proceed to advertising, ultimately to final adoption. I'll just have the first slide, please. I just wanted to highlight the fact that both the town and the Shire have spent a lot of energy and resource to prepare a draft precinct plan, a comprehensive land use and land use and planning design framework. There was detailed land use and land capability assessment undertaken as part of this. Scale and context was considered as part of the process. We have considered height across the precinct, and in fact, looking in the right locations, we're encouraging sites such as the Cottesloe Central 16-storey potential tower at that location, and we see Napoleon Street as the heart and high street of the precinct for this location. So next slide, please. This really just gives a sense, committee a sense of the height and scale of the precinct. And you can see the gradual increase from the residential areas to that key landmark building at Cottesloe Central. The key design element to note here is the aim to promote and enhance Napoleon Street for long-term solar access, in terms of ensuring that sunlight to Napoleon Street is retained for the long term, all year round. It's something that was very prominent through our community consultation. It has been an intrinsic design principle and philosophy that we've applied as part of our precinct planning work. Over the next slide, just to build on that a little bit, we looked at some overshadowing on a couple of occasions. This is the town's own modelling, and what that modelling suggested was that for the winter months in particular, a height of around about 10 stories, avoided overshadowing on the southern side of Napoleon Street. And that's both 224 work and 2019 work. Now, the town, through its scheme amendment, sought to introduce some scheme provisions that was looking at managing height to prevent that overshadowing on the south side of Station Street and the northern side of Napoleon Street. The department, as part of its council, has sought to remove some of those non-discretionary provisions that we look to introduce to protect overshadowing. But as we understand it, in discussions with the department, were prepared to recommend an alternative provision that still retain the same outcome and looked at that would still achieve minimising overshadowing of Napoleon Street. And I understand that that's included in the recommendation from the officers of the department as part of its report to the committee. Now, we would strongly urge the cabinet to support the officer's recommendation in this respect. We're disappointed that some of the non-discretionary provisions were removed, but we certainly would encourage the committee to support this, what we think is a really important design provision in the precinct plan and with the accompanying scheme amendment. We think that sunlight on Napoleon Street is really important for the long-term success of that street. Now,
well, just a note, you are heading to 2 minutes over, so if you could, there's something that you would be needed to touch on.
Sure, the committee members might be aware that tomorrow that the WAPC is considering a state development assessment unit
Members are aware.
consideration. Now,
These items separately.
they are, but what we would be suggesting to is that in order to for this decision today to have a meaningful impact tomorrow at the SDAU meeting, we would respectfully request that the committee use its ministerial delegation today in terms of a decision. So you make a decision today, and that decision relayed to the SDAU meeting tomorrow. And we would be requesting the committee to include the provision that protects solar access to Napoleon Street.
Dr. Paul, I'll go now to questions. Members, are there any questions? Commissioner Adair?
Paul, you just walk me through. I understand fully, and just a brief answer is great. Napoleon Street itself, so on the northern side of, what's to stop that development? Is there provisions to stop to Napoleon Street being developed to create shadow?
So the provisions that were included in the scheme amendment adopted by council were limiting the height of built form on the northern side of Napoleon Street itself to 2 stories, and the built form on the southern side of Station Street to 10 stories.
Yep, I've got that. Great, just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for No, thank you very much. Appreciate your patience today and thank you. Members, just to note that we have also received a written deputation from Pete Zaidian of in relation to item 4.3. Members are happy to continue to move on. Yep. The break, okay. So we do have the non-confidential items 3.3.36. We've had deputations on 3.4 and 3.5, but that does not preclude us from dealing with any of these items on block. So I'll just inquire as to whether there's any appetite to move any of these items on block in relation to 3.3. Yes, happy to. 3.4.
No, I think
no, on that one, bring that out. On 3.5, the subdivision in Whitby. No, we to move that on block. Yep. Oh, you mean
I'd like to
discuss it.
Yeah.
And item 3.6, Town of Mosman Park draft locals planning strategy. Okay, all right. So that's fine. Well, given that we only have one, we'll just deal with it. So the first item is 3.3, section 31, reconsideration for refusal of freehold subdivision at 167 Caron Road in Applecross. Members, there is a recommendation before us to approve the proposed subdivision. And I'm just seeking whether there's any discussion. Would you like to go straight to moving? Moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Knight. Is there any dissent? Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3.4, section 31, reconsideration for the Parkridge State Local Structure Plan in E. Ryan Shaw and Matthew Talon are joining us today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ryan and Matthew. We have had a detailed deputation today. Had a quite very comprehensive written deputation from Brendan Foley of Tots and Greer. Obviously, a lot of history in this item that you wish to raise at this point.
If I may, Chair, just to provide some high-level comments more about the process, and then I'm happy to discuss or answer any actual questions.
Thank you.
So as has been explained, SAT mediation has occurred by 3 separate sessions over several months. At the conclusion of this process, the respondent was invited by the SAT to reconsider its decision. Along with this, the applicant was provided their opportunity to provide their comment package through the revised amendment. And I don't think I'm talking out of turn, but the invitation of the SAT is a procedural element. It doesn't indicate any support for the actual or the merits of the application. That obviously falls back to the assessment process which followed, which included public advertising, which was carried out in May this year. By and large, the issues identified in the report are similar to those captured in the original refusal by the Statutory Planning Committee back in May 2024. They concern POS or the supply of public open space. These matters have been widely documented and canvassed over a number of years, dating back to, as referenced in the earlier report, a letter of, I guess, consul of pre-engagement was provided. So they're not new. And to the applicant's benefit, they have engaged in the process in terms of providing the latest POS audit. We're certainly, I guess, thankful of that, and we have engaged in that process as well in undertaking a thorough. However, with respect to the applicant, which seems to be angling more at the analysis of individual POS, there are some fundamental concerns from the officer's perspective in relation to the latest approach, and that concerns clause 4.2 and I guess the application of that POS audit. Although that there are new areas identified on the structure plan itself, which again, on the face of it, it's an improvement. In terms of the actual application and what would play out at the subdivision stage, generates some concerns in terms of implementation, and it brings forward the question of, well, what is, I guess, seeded versus wire? And I think touching on the latter point, there is nothing in the framework that suggests the local government needs to go out and acquire POS. So in terms of the actual, I guess, practical outcomes of this structure plan, from the officer's perspective and as documented in the report, there seems to be some complexities and difficulties at the subdivision stage in realising the aspirations of the structure plan. In terms of, I guess, the function of POS as well, this takes the argument, merits of the application past just the numbers alone, looks at exactly the spatial distribution and also the function of the proposed POS, which for the detailed reasons expressed in the report, again, with respect, we find that it presents issues and it's something that's not considered appropriate.
Thank you, Ryan. Members' questions?
Through the chair, well, it made my head hurt would be I as I understand it, and I'm trying to potentially oversimplify, but my understanding, of course, the areas which can be credited don't necessarily have to, and really that's really the point of dispute here, isn't it? The notion as to whether certain areas which may have some POS function and whether they receive full credit or whether they receive partial credit. Is that a reasonable, or have I missed something?
Through the chair, and certainly Deputy Chair, this is a complex matter, and yes, the devil is in the detail, and we do apologise, but unfortunately, you need a.
No.
I guess one of the key concerns from the officer's perspective in relation to this matter is the baseline assumptions used for the POS audit. You see, we're not disputing the applicant's approach, which is to effectively apply POS contributions at the equivalent. So that obviously notes the historical arrangements and the previous subdivisions that have played out. I guess where we differ and where we have concern is that for example, take the deductions, they're then seeking to remove that area from the gross subdivisible area of that parent land holding. So I guess there's been differing views in terms of what constitutes apples and apples. We're just saying that if you're going to treat something at the time as an equivalent, you then have to take into account the land that generated that POS contribution, which would then result in a greater gross subdivisible area. If that makes sense, I can.
No. Sorry, it does make sense. I suppose highlighting there is complexity, but it is, as I understand, there's a value judgment here. This is not about a black or white. It's, as so often is, it's about shades of grey. However, I understood the point of difference. I would like to get your perspective, though, in terms of some of the exclusions that have been talked about for, say, aged care, etc. Is there policy or precedent which guides that?
From a policy framework, through the chair, from a policy framework, I think it's widely known that residential uses generate the need for active and passive open space. Certainly, contemporary practice in some cases, some decisions are made that effectively exclude POS contributions for said development. However, in that case, there may be other amenities or similar to a strata, maybe private facilities and amenities that deal with the same issue or provide for similar issues.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions? Okay, move to the motion. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Knight. Is there any discussion?
Chair, this is complex and it's difficult, and basically we're being asked to be the arbitrators between the two parties, and given it's a structure plan we're talking about, we're not talking about subdivision, we're not talking about this is a due regard document. I actually don't support the recommendation. I would rather see this actually sorted out. That means that we have to make that decision, then I think that now is probably the time. I don't have an alternate recommendation, but my perspective is that this has gone on for a long time and it sounds like it wasn't even sorted out through the SAT process. So we are at an impasse. So whilst I respect that members may actually support that it is what it is, we won't go any further. I won't.
So I'll just say that given this is SAT review and we don't have an vote on the table, that leaves us in a
The chair, if I may.
Yep, sure.
In terms of, I understand the point made, and there is an element of that where I'm actually going, well, that is the role of then the SAT, because I mean, this isn't then the final determination. That is the position, which I think is a reasonable policy position. If it goes through to hearing, there are elements here which I think can only be determined by going to hearing, because there's points of law which I think are beyond the capacity of this particular group to necessarily adjudicate on, which is why my sense is I think that we do, the policy position and the areas of discretion are clear. If there is a desire to really get down to some of those points of law, I really do feel that that is the role for a hearing at the SAT.
I think our options at this point are to have an alternate that would put back to the SAT for the SAT consideration. So,
well, I understand, Chair, through you, I do understand the SAT process very well, which is this is still a live matter within SAT, and we've been invited to reconsider it. If we go back with the refusal, it's still live. They can go to a hearing or go to more mediation. If we overturn this, then they may withdraw the process. So we do still have an opportunity. We could defer this for a week or until the next meeting to get an alternate recommendation worded for us. So it's not that we have to make this decision But I do take the point on, concerns about point of law. That's not for us to determine, but sounds like the tribunal's pushing it back to us to make a decision one way or another, it's kind of forcing the hand, the applicant.
Would you like any feedback from Ryan on this point?
I don't. Well, Ryan, would you agree that we have the option to defer it or not?
Well, certainly, yes, the invitation from the SAT has a finite period in terms of reconsideration, but it is a reconsideration at that. It is ultimately up to the discretion of the Commission. The Office recommendation has followed a thorough assessment. If I may, in terms of building on your points in terms of potential next steps, certainly if the parties were to go back to that, mediation could play out, or a SAT hearing where evidence would be or it would be programmed evidence would be provided. The cases of the parties would be set out through the statement of issues, facts and contentions. This has been to the SAT in similar terms previously in terms of the issue of POS and supply and function. But certainly the POS audit would be a fairly critical piece of information. It really needs interrogation, which the office.
Okay. Members, any other views before the motion? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the recommendation? All those against? I declare that carried. A knife's edge. Thank you. Okay, we're moving then to item 3.5, subdivision of 2 lots at 129 Evelyn Street in Whitby, and Kale and top joints. Welcome. Thank you. You've heard the presentation today from landowner Mr. Rob Brown. Do you have any further comments to make? I think one of the key considerations, the landowner at the local structure plan does not have any timing attached to it or current commitment from the Shire.
Chair, I'd like to acknowledge the raised by landowner, and can't dispute that there is no timing place for the preparation of a structure plan, and preparation of a structure plan over fragmented land can be difficult.
Okay. Members, any questions? Commissioner Adair?
Thank you. I think I've got these pages right. Pages 5 and 6 really, I mean, for me, this is coming down, the crux of the matter seems to be about sewer, reticulated sewer, and not impeding the future ability to actually put that in. Can you just talk a bit more to that? I mean, like the future potential, like programming anything when it won't be programmed.
Okay, through the chair, look, I understand that the Department of Planning is preparing a business case to go full down to that there is significant opportunities for growth in housing in Mundajong. That services available are currently suitable to allow for that to occur. That work is still being done. There is no program.
Yeah. So just further to that, Chair, all of the existing subdivision pattern obviously is adequately servicing themselves at the moment. Given the comments from the other agencies, is this a high risk?
The risk for this particular site, I would say no, but the risk if I guess it sets precedence for further subdivision lots in this area. It just eats into the overall development of Mundajong. It's centrally located. I have to believe so would be able to bypass it. I'm privy to the design.
No, that's okay. You both.
Thank you. Karen.
Thank you. I think the primary issue, as you sort of put, is the issue of precedent. So I just wanted to clarify. So in terms of points of distinction between this lot and other lots, I mean, it's a battle axe. Other than that, in terms of lot size and configuration, I'm assuming that there would be a number of other lots that would hit similar criteria, let's say.
Through the chair, the key points of difference for this site, as I say, there are, I think, 29 other lots, stop me if I'm wrong, top, but 29 other lots that exceed 2 hectares and would have potential for 1 hectare subdivision. There will be some lots out there that can't meet the secondary line access required for bushfire. And there may be some lots that dwellings are located in areas that wouldn't support that type of subdivision as well. We don't have specific numbers on those. But there are, yes, the potential for at least 29.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions? Need to move to deal with the item. If I can have a move by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Knight. Discussion.
I would just say that I feel for the owner. It is one of those things where, as planners and planning has to place the longer term ahead of the immediate, that it's the cumulative impact which is the ultimate issue here. That we talk about the issues around the need for housing, and particularly, this is going to be near a station and location. That the focus needs to be on enablement of the Shire in getting some structure planning in place. I feel that would be a better direction of effort. If we were to allow this, then the precedent would be set, and the further fragmentation is just going to make the delivery of any appropriate end outcome all the more difficult.
Member Knight, any comments? Oh, yes, Mr. Selby.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just offer a comment in relation to broadly the DSPs that I've been involved in over the last period of time. Having seen the agenda item come through the process, it's really hard for a lot of these development areas that are currently rural residential to stitch back together, to actually get the critical mass together to enable, facilitate future urbanisation of those areas. I understand the applicant's position, but we have identified this area for future urbanisation each time, and if you have replication, as suggested by Kyle and the team, it's in the sort of almost 30s. It just makes it so the transition into some form of future residential at a scale and density to put it back together. That's really one of the hardest parts for the community to be able to deal with and invest in these future urban areas. Struggling with places like Eastwood does have rural residential, and other ones that I'm involved in actively, it makes it considerably harder.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any further comments?
Yeah, Chair, I'd like to comment because we do have the applicant in the room, and I do feel like on the surface of it, looking at what's there at the moment kind of makes sense. You look at it and go, yeah, that makes sense. The Shire is behind on doing structure planning, which is unfortunate. The thing that is swaying me is the actual zoning of it, which is urban. It's not rural residential. So the intent is already set in the planning framework for where this is going. So yeah, I'll support the recommendation. Yeah.
I do agree with the comments both of the Deputy Chair and Commissioner Adair. I think that it is our responsibility to proceed in this way. The comments today as well from the department. Any further discussion? Any dissent on this item? Thank you, that's carried. Takes us to item 3.6, the Town of Mosman Park Draft Local Planning Strategy Certification to Advertise. And we're joined by Rowan, Christine and Donald. Perhaps just Rowan and Donald.
Thanks.
So Christine is online. Thank you. Rowan and Donald, anything to add to your report, or are you happy to take questions?
I have nothing bad. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Nothing to add, thank you.
Any questions, members? Hi, Christine.
Hi there.
Thanks, Chair. Irvine Street.
Peppermint
Oh,
Grove.
sorry, this is Mosman Park. Sorry, yeah, no, I'm jumping ahead.
Neighbours.
I'm getting tired. I wish you're blinking, I'm way ahead.
Not quite there yet. So no questions on this one. I think where I landed with this one was that I was pleased to see the coding out of the strategy, so that there could be a bit more of a that I had looked at the dwelling yield targets and thought that that gave a bit more flexibility to explore. So I was sort of happy with where the office landed on that. That was probably the main comment from me in relation to this one, which we're probably not quite at comments yet. We're still at questions, so apologies, but it's getting late in the meeting. So maybe we'll move and second this item. Happy to move. Thank you, Commissioner Adair, seconded by Member Knight. So yes, just to reiterate, I think that that was a key consideration for me, particularly when you look at that the Mosman Park Village in particular is looking at 61.5% of the entire uplift in the area, and I think that gives a little bit more flexibility in the approach. So thank you for the work on this. Is there any further comments?
Through the chair, if I may, I think, you know, there's obviously a multitude of granularity to this, but I do think that the point that's now being presented is suitable for consideration. And yes, I'm sure there will be ongoing discussion.
Thank you. I'm happy to put the motion now. Is there any dissent? Thank you very much. Members, that then takes us to confidential items, and I will need a mover and seconder to resolve that the meeting be closed to members of the public at this point. That's by Commissioner Harron's second. And dare any dissent? Thank you all.